Hey, Amanda, yes, he's a judge. You can let him in.
Actually, there was a Miguel Corrales judge and one from Coast. I admitted from the one from Coast.
Are there a student?
Yes, there is a student.
Oh, okay. No problem. That's fine. Yeah, I got confused.
Yes, me too.
Right. Yes, Miguel Corrales, yes.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Celia. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. And you?
Yes, I'm good, thanks. Thank you for joining us again today.
Happy to be here.
Perfect, thank you. We're just waiting on some more people and then we'll start.
Okay, thank you.
All the students are now in the waiting room.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. We're still waiting, I think, for Mohammed. He's not here yet, is he?
Yes, he's not yet.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Hi Ewan. Hi Amanda. Hi Absalot. Hi Zudi. Can you hear me
Hi,
okay?
Mohammed.
Hi, Muhammad. Hi,
Hello.
everyone.
Hi, Zaidi. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Sabor.
Hello, everyone.
Good
Good to
morning,
see you all.
everyone.
Go again. Hear from you. Absolutely. Hi everyone. Hi Ewan. Hi Amanda. Hi Absalot. Hi Zudi.
Hi, Muhammad. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Zaidi. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Sabor.
Hello, everyone.
Good
Good to see you all.
Okay, I think we'll still start admitting the students in.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks, Amanda.
All right, it's 12 p.m., so 12 past the hour, and or 12 p.m. exactly, GMT time. How are we doing, Amanda, on the participants and the players? Do we have them all here from UTP and KAUST?
Yes, everyone is here, Mohammed.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Amanda. All right, so I suppose we also have our judges. We have our super judge and judges available. And without further ado, I think we're good to go. We're good to start on the transmission. So welcome to all of you who are joining us, whether it be on YouTube or Facebook live streams, or all the wide wealth of judges and expertise that we have here in this call, and as well as the players from both the participating teams in round 2 today, the first game that we have on display. Today is day 2 of PetroBowl, so if you haven't tuned into day 1, you have a lot to catch up on. But it was a little bit strange, because when all the organizers and committee members had set the sequence for the games, we thought, is 1 week too long between one match and the other? But the past week have whizzed by, and it's just so much excitement and build up to these games, and it does feel as though it only has been a few days since that historic day 1 of the virtual competition, where all the matches have started and all the festivities. And so today we have UTP, University of Technology Petronas, who have qualified from round 1, joining us from Malaysia at 8 p.m. local time, playing against KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, joining us from Saudi Arabia, where local time is 3 p.m. We will let them introduce themselves, but first and foremost, I'd like to yield the floor to the judges. So we have the super judge, Celia Garcia James, who we had last time, and wonderful contribution by her, and then also the other judges that we have for the first game. So I'll let first Celia introduce herself again to the audience, and talk to us a little bit about your experience so far at PetroBowl.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and welcome everyone. I'm Celia Garcia James. I have 15 years of experience in the industry as a petroleum engineer and reservoir engineer. I am now a technical consultant with Landmark in Halliburton, and it has been a very, very nice experience to be judging. I had participated before in the regional PetroBowl live back in 2018 in Trinidad and Tobago, but this is a different experience. We only hope that we can be together again soon. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Celia. And the point that you've made about how unique this experience is, really, I think that's resonated with all of us, especially over the 8 hours or so that we've had in terms of transmission time in day 1. It was a special type of event, and of course, in no respects are we saying that this is the similar conditions to the physical PetroBowl, but it certainly brings a unique experience on its own. So Abdul Sabur, you were also a judge and a super judge at last week's events. So please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how the experience of the virtual environment PetroBowl has been for you so far.
Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, Abdul Sabur Khan here. I'm a reservoir engineer working at Res Optima, involved with ensemble-based modeling. To be honest, it has been a wonderful experience. I've participated as a student myself, and now being a judge, it's a completely different experience. And last week, it was amazing how competitive the teams were. We already saw the first tie of the tournament, and I'm just waiting to see how much more competitive it's going to get. And good luck to all the participants. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Abdul Sabur. And Liz, you've also been part of it. You're right in the mix last week, and going through the evaluation of the questions and the whole process, and you've seen how competitive it is with the players, and how they've been haggling for every point to make sure that their team gets the advantage. And so tell us a little bit about how PetroBowl has been for you so far as a judge, and also introduce yourself for us all again. Liz, can you hear me okay? I think you might be muted. Liz? Okay, I think you might be experiencing a little bit of issues with the audio. Is that the case?
I believe she had some issues last week as well, so I think it could be the case, Mohammed.
No problems. No worries. Until Liz is able to resolve that, I don't know if we have Angel on the call. He's been put down as a fourth judge for this particular match. But if we're still waiting on him to join, then I might as well just for the moment introduce both teams that are playing today's match. First off, we have UTP, and like I said before, they're joining us from Malaysia. They've had a very impressive run in PetroBowl thus far, and vying to also continue that today. So Hazik, we've had a conversation last week. You've introduced yourself, your team, with a lot of enthusiasm and passion. Would love to hear from you again. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and your teammates.
Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, so just would like to echo the sentiment that Celia was mentioning previously. I think we all have had taken our own paths to get to where we are today. So I'd like to thank the PetroBowl team for putting in the effort to organize this competition, despite how difficult the logistics were. I'd also like to introduce to you my team. So I'm Hazik, the team captain. I'm majoring in petroleum engineering, and so are the rest of my team. So let's start with Jason. Would you like to wave to the camera? Yeah, followed by Felicia, Hanlun, and our reserve player EJ, who is not in the call at the moment. So I'd like to thank my team again for all the effort that all the training that we've gone through. And I'd also like to extend a wish of good luck to Kaust as well. Hope we have a good match coming up ahead.
Brilliant. Thank you, Isaac. And again, very admirable sportsmanship as you've displayed last week. And it's just great to see all of your colleagues here on the call, and even the reserve player who given a shout out. And again, that speaks to the synergy and team mentality that you all have. So we now have King Abdullah University of Science Technology. Ryan Santoso, you're the captain who's registered for the team. So please go ahead and introduce yourself as well as your teammates.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Ryan Santoso. I'm originally from Indonesia, and I'm the captain of the Kaust team, and we are here now in Saudi Arabia. And it has been an amazing journey with the PetroBowl so far. It's really good. Your organization and everything is really good. I really enjoy it a lot, and also with my team. And I would like to introduce my team here. Just wave your hand, guys. So the first one is Ruben Hernandez is there, and then Miguel Corrales, and the other one is Almir Abilov, and our substitute Samuel Fontalvo, and he is not in a call. And I hope we can enjoy the play today and have fun. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan, and good to see you as well as your teammates on the call. And a very interesting background by Ilmer as well. I think I'm hoping you're not joining us from San Francisco, because the time there is very, very early in the morning. But it's nice to see the acknowledgement from both sides, from both teams, to the organizers, to the committee members who've worked very hard to make this competition happen. So thank you guys for the acknowledgement. And I'm sure that my colleagues echo this as well. We are not paying you to say this, so that's good that you're just saying it out of being nice. So thank you for that. So at the moment I think we're good to go. We're on a full house. We're still waiting on one more judge, but hopefully he'll join us at midway point of the game itself. We'll ask everybody to make sure that they have their cameras on. I think we have all our team members have their cameras on. And just so that for the purposes of reiterating, all of the team members are aware of the etiquettes and the guidelines, very similar to last week. No change in that. If you get an error message when you enter the software, don't be alarmed. Just press continue. It will prompt you to say that there's an error occurred. Just press continue. Should be okay. And because Cassandra was so kind to actually send the new revised some Zoom guidelines based off of last week's feedback, just make sure that you have, all of your software running on Windows 8 or later. And reminder that each of you have, or each team has 2 appeals per game, as per the rules and guidelines, just for the evaluation process itself. So you've both acknowledged this, so no issues there. And I'm not sure if we have had Zudi drop off from the call. Amanda, any news on that, or Ewan? Because I up until very recently, I was seeing Zudi in the call, but now I'm not sure if she's dropped off of it. I was going to ask her if the software is ready and good to go.
Yeah, it seems like she has dropped off. I'm not sure. She should be back on. And I'll just give her a quick text.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Ewan. Excellent. Fantastic. And good to see that we're joined by members also of the YMEC. We had Mihal briefly a while ago, and now we have Cesar also joining us. He's looking after the transmission for the Zoom call 3 as well. So it's good to see that he's going to be popping in and out of this call while we have the 4 matches for Zoom call 1. That's good to see.
Okay, Zaidi is just reconnecting, so she should be with us shortly.
Okay, sounds good. Excellent. Thank you for that update.
No problem.
So today will be the last round of 8 minutes only. So very similar format to the first round, and whichever team that progresses today will go through a different setup in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals next week. So we are at the midway point, I suppose, in terms of duration or timeline for this competition. Okay, so I can see that Tex Zudi is trying to rejoin. So hopefully once she's joined the transmission, we'll be able to confirm that the software is ready to good to go. Zudi, can you hear us okay? Okay, I can see her nodding her head. Excellent. I hope you're not experiencing too severe of internet issues, but just to confirm, Zudi, if we have the software ready to go and for both teams, and that they're able to enter.
It looks like her image is frozen. Okay, she came back.
Now we're able to see her again. Zudi, can you hear us okay? You might be muted.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm back. I will open the game. Let me confirm when it's open for you to play. It's going to be second round championship. Your assigned game is R2A. So I will open it just now.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, now it's open to play.
Perfect. Okay. And as the screen suggests, please just keep on mute. If you have any concerns, issues, WhatsApp groups, or the Zoom chat functionality, which both teams are now familiar with. So all the best to both teams and enjoy the game. All right, I think with all
Yes.
4 players from both teams having confirmed that they're done, I suppose that's our tag to close out the game, Zuidi.
Yes, I check everyone is already on server, so I will close the game. Every player response are there because I'm reading Hasid report an issue, but his data is there. Okay, so I'll close the game and I'll let you know when it is able to open the game for evaluation purposes. Okay. So. Okay, now it is closed and you can evaluate the game. Please, Celia, let's wait until we can see the evaluation screen.
All right. Celia, the floor is yours to begin the evaluation process.
Okay. Now, I have some issues with my application, so Liz will be showing her screen. So it's Liz's screen, but I will be reading the
Fantastic. Sounds good.
question. So these are all the questions that were answered. And we start. Liz, can you please increase the font one bit? Liz, come out to the...
That will be the icon on the bottom right, Liz, where you have 2 A's. If you can just press the A on the left side. And
La letra A, Liz, por favor, presiónala. No salgas de allí. Vuelve y incrementa las letras.
Thank you, Celia.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Liz. So our first question, apart from perforating or recompleting, what is the operational technique which is typically performed to increase the post-treatment production rate without changing the drive forces in the reservoir? Stimulation is the answer. This is wrong. Well, a stimulation with a little bit of... Now, judges, the answer is a stimulation, but it doesn't necessarily be acidizing. Do you agree? I'm calling the other judges.
Yeah, that's a tricky one there because acidizing counts as an answer, but it's a very specific one.
Yes. So I will say no, but and the next team with well stimulation is the answer, right? So we need to confirm with the first one, Liz, please. Confirms no, confirm no, and yes for the second team. The oil formation volume factor of this type of oil usually ranges from 1.5 to 3. Name this type of oil, volatile oil. The fastest is correct. Confirm. When planning a hydraulic fracturing operation, what perforation design parameters should be considered the most important? Entrance hole, so the first one is no answer. Entrance hole size, diameter, and we have here pressure, fracture pressure, that's incorrect. The 2020 SPE Board of Directors consists of how many technical directors? 6 directors. The answer is incorrect. Name the SPE committee responsible for developing and implementing programs and activities directed towards young members, including university students and young professionals. The young members Engagement Committee, WIMEC. Correct. What is called the highest honor or award a student chapter can receive? The Presidential Award or Standing Student Chapter. This is incorrect. Confirm. SP Presidential Award is correct. It's correct. Yes. Judges?
Yeah.
Okay. What is common weighting agent used in completion fluids? Be right. Correct. In the context of organization, what does AIME stand for? The fastest team, answer incorrect. And the answer, American Institute of Mining Engineers. I will say correct, yes.
Yeah.
Confirm. In hydraulic fracturing design and execution, name 2 parameters of the fracturing fluid that can be varied to optimize the hydraulic fracture. So, pump pressure, fluid viscosity, fluid rate, and others. Fluid density, here is incorrect. This is the answer for the previous question. We have some hands by Miguel.
Yes. Yes, sorry, it's clearly shown that the question is shifted because it's not related. So I think there is a problem there.
Saudi, can you, is Saudi here?
Yes, tell me, Celia.
Saudi, question 8.
Okay.
We encountered the same issue in the training match that we had. If we notified that issue before, so it's like kind of the same issue.
The answer from question 8 it shows in question 9.
Yeah, I have to tell you, and we discussed that earlier on the practices, if you just click to answer on the last second from the 5-second windows, you have to provide the answer, it will move. It is just a small gap, so it will move for the next question because it's like the system start reading the next question. So that's the reason why you are having the response on the next question instead of the one it was just reading at the time you presented.
Yeah,
so
but, okay.
So we cannot take it here because I guess the other team was able to answer faster. Is that correct?
No, probably he pressed enter twice, so that's why it moved to the next question.
So we cannot evaluate it here.
We can take the note to see how final scores are, and we can come back again to reconsider just in case we need, to make any other clarification on this issue. But so far we can continue. Just I will take note of the question.
8 and 9, yes.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Celia.
Okay. So for question 9, when we have so we will click no and confirm for the fastest team. And for here we have, so the question is 2 parameters. We have fluid density, fluid rate, so that is correct, and we confirm. How is called a man-made cut, cavity, trench, or depression formed by earth removal, excavation, and here we have pit. I will say yes. Any of the judges agree with or disagree?
I agree. It should be correct.
Okay, so confirm yes. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym SWL represent? Safe working load. Here we have safe working limit. I tend to agree with the answer as well, what the judges will see.
To me, it's a very specific one. That's how it is with acronyms. You have to be specific. If it was a typo, I would give it to yes, but.
Yes.
Okay, so, and the other judges agree?
No, it's incorrect. It's a crown is exactly
Okay.
The words is exactly a crown.
And the acronym, okay, no, confirm. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym RSO represent? That is incorrect.
I think we have another issue here with the fact
the question.
That UTP have submitted the enter on this perhaps after the question time has elapsed. So it's worth also marking this
Noting,
down.
yes.
Yeah.
So the question 12.
Yes.
If we go into question 12, the answer is also
yes.
the answer from the previous.
Yes. Celia, can you please come back to the main screen? Oh, Liz, please close this one. And this is 12. So I will show you to make it clear. It is the same case, you know, pressing enter. This one, close this one. So we can see.
Liz, cierra. Sí.
Okay, so it's 12. So if we see the timing, it is like almost it's 0 almost. So it moved because at the time they press enter, they did it almost on the limit, and it moves to the next question. So you see the time it is 0 because it moved to the next question. So that's the explanation I was giving to you. So unfortunately, you did it at the time it was closing and moving to the next one, and that's what happened actually.
So Zuzi, just to confirm, so
yes,
the previous team that answered safe working limit have answered within the time limit, but then the team that actually responded with safe working load did get the answer correct, but they didn't answer that within the time frame that was allowed for the question, right? So it was after. So we can't consider their answer, regardless of the fact that it's correct.
Yeah, of course, since the next question it moved to the next question to the other team. There is no time comparison because time comparison is done question by question. So of course, the system took the answer from this team as the fastest one, as you can see. Okay, and when it moved, since it was 0, because no time, you know, it was automatically load, it moved to this one. So I will take note. So as I mentioned, because of course it is a review we have to do if the tie is too, if the score is too high. So of course it is a consideration judges has to do if the results are affected by, you know, this, because what I have to tell you now, it is not a system problem. It is, of course, the time it's over, so it moves to the next question. That's what happened in both cases.
Understood. Thank you, Judy, and please proceed, Celio and Liz, with and support with the evaluation.
Vamos a revisar review.
11. Click on review in 11. Yes.
So here, it is no, and we move on, right?
Yes. One thing to note here is for both the questions, UTP answered. So it wasn't the other team, but UTP was answering both, just as a note.
Yes.
Those would be different players, though, applicable, and that's the issue.
So here we will also answer no.
Correct.
Yeah.
Can you, how is called the meeting? Okay, thank you. How is called the meeting where workers can be educated about safe rules and procedures? And also their awareness can be improved on some special tasks and its importance. Toolbox meeting. UTP answer site meeting. But it's not exactly like that, but I will hear from the team. Judges, do you take site meeting or toolbox meeting?
I'll say yes to meeting because it's called toolbox or meeting. That's what my understanding is.
Yes, so let's say yes. I agree. A site meeting.
Excuse me, can I say something? I would say meeting, it's already in the answer, so I don't know.
Yes, we are giving you. Yes, it's correct. It's correct.
Just that was an appeal by Kaust, so that was the opposing team who made the appeal, and the appeal has not been granted. So, so you have one more appeal left. All right, go ahead.
We pass on. Nobody answer this one. No, go. Okay. In the context of HSC, what does MTI stand for? Medical treatment injury. That is correct. The answer. For vertical pumps, which parameter relates the liquid level to the setting of the pump? Submergence. Here we have hydrostatic head. What the judges will say?
Incorrect.
I'd say incorrect.
Okay, no. Name the method of artificial lift that uses an external source of high pressure gas for supplementing the formation gas to lift the well fluids. Gas lift. Fastest answer is correct. What is the term describing variability of reservoir rocks properties such as texture, permeability, or porosity? Reservoir heterogeneity. Georges, the fastest question when he mentioned anisotropy.
Is correct.
To me, that relates to permeability only. And the question asks texture, permeability, or porosity, which to me would be the heterogeneity would be the perfect answer.
Yes, it's true. So the faster answer is incorrect. Liz?
Actually, I want to appeal for this answer. I'm from Kaus team. I'm the captain. So so I just want to say about the texture, permeability, and porosity, because like when you say anisotropy, it has a direction, right? It's a tensor matrix, right? So you have anisotropy. So once when you describe about anisotropy, you also say that it also implies that it's heterogeneous there because it's described with a tensor matrix, right? So what is the difference between heterogeneity is a qualitative description. It's a qualitative description, but for me, like anisotropy is more to the mathematical description for the heterogeneity. So I believe that with anisotropy is I think is also correct. If you say a texture, even in the very green, let's say at the green level, you can also say about anisotropy describing by the tensor, the matrix there at the green level. So when you say about texture, let's say the green texture, you can describe it with kind of like tensor. So for me, like it's also, I believe it's correct. That's my appeal. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan.
Judges?
So anisotropy is more related to one direction. There is direction variation. And heterogeneity is more the change throughout the space.
I agree with Angel here that anisotropy would be very directional, and heterogeneity gives a variability above, below, and in the direction.
But
So I'll stick to what I explained earlier, but let's see what the other judges have to say.
But I don't know, but sorry, I still want to continue, but anisotropy, let's say if you have like XYZ direction, you can also describe it, the matrix in 3D, in 3x3 matrix in terms of covariance matrix. So it's also the same, right? It can cover the whole reservoir.
I will go with my fellow judges, and we will now grant this appeal.
All right, KAUST has no more appeals remaining. Thank you.
So let's please confirm no and click yes for the other team and confirm. What type of drilling fluid is used to drill reactive shale formation? Polymer drilling fluids. Fastest, saying oil-based mud, PHPA. Judges. Judges, what do you agree? Is incorrect? I think you think it's incorrect, Sabur?
I mean, oil-based mud can be used for reactive shale formation.
Yes. So I think we can give it.
Yeah, I would say yes.
So is the fastest team is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Cement consists of how many major components? 5, and this is again the answer from okay. What can occur in the pond when the net positive suction head required is less to net positive suction available? Cavitation or flashing? Fastest team, answer correct. What is the measure of the effectiveness of our water flood process that depends on the volume of the reservoir contacted by the injected fluid? Volumetric sweep efficiency. The fastest is the no answer, and the second sweep efficiency, I will give it yes. Judges? Okay.
Yep.
Next. Name one method in machine learning to evaluate a logistic regression model. I don't know how to pronounce it. AKK, information criteria. Others. Logistic regression is not.
No.
Can we check others?
Others, yes. Can we please check?
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to check the others, and can go ahead and evaluate other questions.
Yes.
Right.
Move. No. Go to 24. No, don't confirm anything. Just go to 24. Yeah. One of the commonly used methods for determining rock mineralogy is XRD. What does the XRD stand for? X-ray diffraction. The fastest is correct. In the context of a reservoir, what is a term that is known as the fraction of the effective positive, that's my daughter, sorry, porosity filled with a specific fluid? The answer is saturation. The fast steam got it correct, saturation. In a water flood operated field, what is the objective of running a step rate test on an injector well? Answer: formation or fracture parting pressure. The answer for it is check injectivity. That is incorrect for the fast steam. Judges? Okay, confirm. No, confirm. And the fast steam determine maximum injection rate. Neither. It's not really the maximum injection rate. Confirm. Oxide. Prior to running a step rate test on an injector well, what step is recommended in order to properly adequate the injector well for the test? Shutting the well, that's the answer. Long enough shutting to ensure that bottom hole pressure are approximate to formation pressure was the faster answer.
Seems correct to me.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
We go back. We seen in the chat group that we got the others. So can we go back to the answer, or should we continue and then go back to that one?
I have the link for the question, so I'll share it with Philippe. I'll share it with you, Celia.
Okay.
So that's the link for the question. So if you can check, you can verify the others.
Can the Angel or Sabur please
Okay.
check and
Yeah, let me send the information to them too.
Yeah, can we ask one of the judges, either Sabur or Angel, and
Yes, already sharing the link with the judges.
and we can proceed to the time constraints. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So here, question 28. Mention one correlation for predicting the oil formation volume factor. The fastest team did not answer, please. Yeah, no. Confirm. Here we have standing, and that is correct. How is called the sucker rod pump moving valve, traveling valve? The fastest team got it correct. Yes. Name one exchange markets that control the oil prices. NYMEX or NYMEX, IPE or CMEX. That is correct for the fastest team. Mud will invade the formation in the near wellbore region if the mud steam pressure is greater than what? Formation fluid pressure. That's correct. What is the point at which a rapid change of deviation is made in a vertical well? Kickoff point. That is correct for the fastest steam. The greatest stress which a material is capable of withstanding without a deviation from acceptable of stress to strain is called what? Proportional limit. The answer for the fastest steam says ultimate tensile stress. So that is incorrect. And the other one is also incorrect. What term refers to one of various mechanisms for controlling formation sand movement during fluid production from a weakly consolidated sandstone? Sand control is the answer. We see in here sand screen. I don't have a problem with that. You have a problem, Sabur? Your screen is just a tool, and the sand control is the mechanism.
Yeah, that's where the confusion is, because sunscreen would be the tool, and the question is asking the mechanism.
For the mechanism.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
yes. So
yeah,
it's incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Angel, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe sunscreen is just one of the methods. And there are others.
Okay, so click confirm. Then the next one is also incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
What is the main reason for test and exploration well? To take a fluid sample is the answer. And the fastest was forecast production. What do you think, Sabur? I don't think it's forecast production. We take
That's not the main no.
The main reason. Confirm. And we have incomplete answer here. Okay. Not valid answer here, so we move on. Here, what is the fraction of port volume occupied by oil at the end of oil displacement that use a specific fluid, which signifies the ultimate recovery under a given displacement process? Residual oil saturation. Fastest sim, correct. Nobody answer here. Here. Nobody answer.
We can go back to that question.
Yes. Liz, we need to go back to the question that we did not review. Do you recall, Angel or Saudi, recall the number of the question?
Question 12, 11 and 12.
11.
No, those.
No.
It's around 20, Celia. Can you?
I think it was 23, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay, go.
Yes.
23. Okay.
Yes, 23. Correct.
The judges, they check the link with the others.
Yeah, I don't have that as one of the answers. So
Okay.
That would be incorrect.
Incorrect. Okay. And what was the other? That's all, right?
Yes, because the other question was the issue with pressing enter twice.
Okay, so close it. Ciérralo. Gracias.
Can you please click again on evaluate?
Yes.
And just verify in 23, it takes the confirm. Please go up. Yeah. 23.
Vete a evaluar y abre la 23, porfa.
No. On the evaluation,
here.
yes.
Okay. Cierra la list, por favor. Cierra la list. Vámonos a la lista 23.
So are we trying to confirm if question 23, is that?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. So please confirm, yes.
So it seems that the scores are, at the moment, as they stand, 70 points to Team UTP, 50 to KAUST. Do we refer back to question 11 and 12, the judges and Zudi? How do we deliberate on that decision, since the scores are close?
Yes, let's see. Can we go to, it was 9, it moved.
11. No. Yes.
9.
So here.
So, okay, okay, that is question 11, correct? That which team is that? UTP. Okay, and For the 9, can you go back to 10?
No, it wasn't 10.
And 9? Yes, for this one, correct?
Yes.
They got a no. So in those cases, both teams were affected by the same error, so they got -5 in both cases. So it is equal condition to them. So I don't know what the judges consider for this event, because of course in both cases, both teams were affected on the same way. So weighting the score will be not affected, it will be affected in equal part for everyone. So that's not changing the final score.
Okay. We have the hand up from Miguel.
Yeah, I just want to say something about the question of the acronyms. In the MTI, you give it a correct, even if it's not the correct description of an acronym. And I think an acronym the answer should be specifically each word. So in the MTI, it was the last letter was a different word, and you give it as a correct.
Can you go back? Remember, we allowed minimal.
Yes. So I was going to mention that to Miguel. He was having a private conversation with me about this. He is correct in that, and he was trying to make the point also that this is not an appeal. This was a technical error by the judges. However, you do have a maximum of 15 seconds to raise this issue, either with myself or the judges. I mentioned that you have no appeals remaining, so you should have mentioned that with me 15 seconds after that fact. I picked up on it myself. Obviously, I'm the moderator. I'm not able to comment on it, but that decision was made by the judges, and it, I don't want to even open the floor now to reverse it because it was made by the judges, and we move on. So we are still talking about questions 11 and 12. Are we deliberating on those, judges and Zudi, or should we?
I believe based on the facts I mentioned, judges can just say they agree or not, because as I mentioned, both were affected in one question. That's -5 for each team. So it's not affecting the final score, okay?
Understood.
Yes.
All right. So with that, I suppose we conclude, just for the purposes of time as well. Thank you so much to the judges, Celia Garcia James and Absabur, Liz, and we were just joined also by Angel, who was not a part of the game. Congratulations to Team A, which is UTP, University of Technology Petronas, edging out. Very competitive game, and well done to both teams. Commiserations, but of course, brilliant job also to King Abdullah, University of Science and Technology. And all the best for you guys in your future endeavors in PetroBowl competitions. We will see UTP, Hazik and your team in the next round, hopefully. So congratulations to you guys. Please feel free to also message either Cesar, James, or Nihal to join them in the transmission Zoom call 3 for a conversation, Hazik. Thank you to both teams. The score again is final 70 to UTP, 50 to Kaust. Yeah, thank you all for joining us again, and then we'll look forward to seeing you all hopefully in future PetroBowl contests. Celia, I suppose you're going to take a break at the moment and then hop on to another call, Zoom call 2, at some point to judge for OU and University of Houston. So thank you for having us here and joining us, and it's been a pleasure. And we'll see you hopefully. But please feel free to stick around or hop off the call anytime you like. Sabur, you'll be joining us as a super judge for the next match, where we have LSU and LUZ. Please, let's just start admitting them right now. And then for the teams here, please feel free to leave the call at your convenience. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Great game, everyone.
Well done, everybody. All right, so we are now joined by members of 2 universities who have done a brilliant job in the previous round to qualify one of whom is the reigning champions and seeking to defend the trophy this year. And the other team is, I'm going to try to not butcher this because my Spanish isn't so great, but Universidad de,
La Universidad del Zulia.
Del Zulia, right? Universidad del Zulia. Excellent. Thank you for that affirmation, Judy. So we have members of their team available and also LSU. But since it's been just a tremendous success story by LUZ, we'll yield the floor first to Andrea to introduce herself, her colleagues, her teammates, and tell us a little bit about the journey at PetroBowl so far for you guys.
Hey, hello, everyone. I'm Andrea Ferrer. I'm 23 years old. I'm studying my last year of petroleum engineering at la Universidad del Zulia. I'm the proud captain of a team of 4 undergraduate students. We all study petroleum engineering. And about a brief recap of our history in PetroBowl. PetroBowl started in Venezuela in 2017. We have won every national competition except last year where we achieved the 2nd place. But we have qualified into every Latin American and Caribbean regional qualifier. And we feel really proud to say we became the first team to classify into a PetroBowl championship. So yes, we're here. I wish all the best to the other team, not only in their match, but also in their careers. And thank you so much to SPE, to all the organizers. You have done a great job. And thanks also to our sponsors, especially Chevron. Good luck to all.
Wow, that's a very impressive introduction and brief and insight into LUZ's history. Very, well versed in PetroBowl and rich history, both on a national level and regional level. But it's great to have you guys joining us in the PetroBowl World Championship and to have reached round 2. Thank you for the introduction. And also a nice shout out to the sponsors who are also the main sponsors of this event, the Human Energy Company. So I would like to also acknowledge and appreciate their contributions to SPE. And now I'll open the floor to Hassan, captain of the LSU team, who are joining us from very early in the morning there at LSU. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you. It's currently 7 a.m. in Baton Rouge, where we are currently. So I am Hassan, and I am currently a 2nd-year master's student at Louisiana State University. And today, my team and we are consisting of graduate students at the department. We two represented in the PetroBowl. Briefly, LSU SPE chapter or SPE PT department, we had won the championship. We were a first place winner for last year PetroBowl. And we're hoping like this year we continue or carry on our legacy to the end this year, hopefully. So I would like to acknowledge the support from our sponsors, if can, in addition, the support from SPE for organizing such an event. Yeah, thank you, and shout out to all the judges. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Hassan. And I think it's fair to say at this point that whichever team makes it through, it's going to be a very strong team that's very competitive and then in the next stage of this competition. So it'll be a tough team to beat for any team that's playing against them in the next round. So it's good to see all team players from both teams are on the call. We have 2 new judges joining us for this game. They're very seasoned, very experienced professionals in the industry and very knowledgeable. But this is the first time we're having them on the call today. So Sadaf, it's good to see you. Good to have you on the call. Please go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit for us.
Thank you, Mohammed. My name is Sadaf. I am a drilling and completions engineer by profession and have been working in the industry for the past 8.5 years. I belong to Pakistan and SPE Middle East and North. I would like to wish all the best to both the teams. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sadaf, for that introduction. And she was one of those who were rallying very strong with myself in the previous round because of the time difference in the time zones. We were stretching way past midnight, so it's great to see you here. And we also have Najib joining us as well, and he'll be judging the game today and then involved in the evaluation process. Najib, it's good to see you. Good to have you join, and please go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit for us.
Thank you very much. I'm myself Najib. I'm from Pakistan, currently working as a professor in the university, and I have a working experience in the industry about 4 years. And since last 4 years, I am related to the academic sector. I wish the team.
Magnificent. Thank you, Najib, for that. All this wealth of experience and many years in the industry makes me feel like I'm just a very inexperienced professional in comparison. But it's great to see you guys and all the wealth of expertise. All right, so I think we're ready to go. Zudi, do we have the software up and running and available for the team players to start?
Yes, it's already open.
Okay. Just a reminder, you have a maximum of 2 appeals in each game. This is important to mention in light of even the previous match, we had this conversation. So maximum 2 appeals every game. If you have faced any issues or concerns, please use the chat functionality on Zoom or WhatsApp groups. And all the best to both teams. Enjoy the game. All right, I believe that concludes the 8-minute time frame provided for this particular match. And it seems as though all the players have confirmed that they are done. If we have a player that hasn't concluded their match, please let us know. In the very famous word they say, speak now or forever hold your silence. Anyways, so I think we have all players concluding their matches, and we are ready to now close the game itself and begin handing over to Absabor for the evaluation process.
Yes, and checking now. I'll close the game. I'll confirm to the judge.
Yeah. We just had Nikhil also join us, and he is completing the circle of judges for the match. So it's good to have you on the call, Nikhil, and alongside Najib, Sadaf, and the super judge Absabor for the evaluation process. So as soon as we're able to have that begin, we'll hand over to Absabor and get that underway.
Yes, it's closed now. We can initiate the evaluation process.
Perfect. Floor is yours, Absabor. Yeah. So we have gone to 36 questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Let's start. All right. First question. To calculate dead oil viscosity using Glasgow correlation, we need temperature and which oil property? The correct answer is oil density, and LUZ answered it correctly. What were the most common means of transporting crude oil before the 1870s? LUZ again answered it correctly. Indicate the molecular formula of silica, SiO2, and LUZ was the first one to answer it correctly. What is the name given to the test where a producing well is switched to shut-in condition, aiming to analyze the changes of bottom hole pressure? LUZ answered it first correctly. Build up. Who is the current managing editor of The Way Ahead magazine? Andreas Michael, and which is the correct answer. I believe he also represented LSU last year.
He was the captain for the LSU team.
He was the captain, and I'm in the board as well, so I know him. A retrograde condensate fluid has a phase envelope such that reservoir temperature lies between the critical point and which other point of the phase envelope? The correct answer is Crichton-Therm, and LSU answered it first and correctly. Which perforating angle / phasing is normally used only in smaller outside diameter guns or guns in very large casing? The correct answer is 0 degrees. LSU answered 45, which is incorrect. Name the SPE community outreach program that promotes community service worldwide while bringing together students, young professionals, and experienced professionals. LUZ answered it first, Energy for Me, which is incorrect. And LSU answered it correctly. SPE Cares. In order to select the appropriate relief devices to handle the imposed loads, there are two considerations that must be taken. Name one of these two considerations. LUZ just answered pressures handled, and the question asks two considerations, so I'd say no here.
No, it says name one.
Oh, my bad. All right. Then I'll say yes. What do the other judges have any opinions here? Judges.
Yes, I think Sabur, we can give it to them.
All right.
Yeah, we should give it.
Thanks. In progressive cavity pumps, how is the rotor usually run in the well? LUZ answered on the bottom of the string, and I think that's the correct answer. What is the type of companies where the data is part of its culture, where there are processes based on the measurement of results and encouragement of employees' curiosity in order to seek new ways to exploit the information available to the company? LUZ answer is incorrect here. The correct answer is data-driven company. How is called the document prepared for planning a critical lift by calculating and considering all factors which is going to affect the lift and thereby selecting the correct tools and cranes, and a load chart is attached with it? LSU answered dynamometer card. The answer written here is lifting plan. Do the judges have any opinions on this one? If
Sabur, I think it is the lifting plan. I'm not sure about the dynamometer card.
so, it's incorrect.
It's incorrect. Dynamometer card is it's used to take readings around your pressure, and gas fluid.
Thanks. All right, then I'll go ahead with no. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym REL represent? LSU answered recommended exposure limit, which is the correct answer. What is an error due to erroneous or overly simplistic assumptions in the learning algorithm, which can lead to the model underfitting your data, making it hard for it to have high predictive accuracy? LSU couldn't answer or couldn't input the answer, so no here. And LUZ answered outliers, which is again the incorrect answer here. How is called the operation of drilling with a mud motor rotating the bit downhole without rotating the drill string from the surface? The correct answer here is slide drilling. LUZ answered mud motor drilling. Judges, do you have any say on this?
Yes, Sabur, it's the incorrect answer because we are talking about slide here. So basically the question is the definition of sliding. So mud motor drilling is kind of generic. So mud motor can rotate and slide. So sliding should have been the answer.
Thanks, Sadaf. Based on IADC definition, how is called an adaptive drilling process used to precisely control the annular pressure profile throughout the wellbore? LUZ couldn't input the answer, so no here. LSU answered it correctly, MPD. What is defined as the vertical distance between a liquid level and a datum line when the supply is above the datum? Here, the answer is static head. LUZ answered static lift. Judges.
I think we can give it.
All right, then we'll go ahead with yes. Thanks. Regarding the values of the Reynolds number, what are the two possible regimes of fluid flow? LUZ answered laminar and turbulent, which is the correct answer. Which university won the first PetroBowl championship in 2002? The answer is Texas Tech. LUZ answered it correctly. How is called a potential hazard that did not result in, but have the potential to result in undesirable consequences to personnel and or to the assets or to the neighboring community and environment? The answer here is a near miss. LUZ answered risk. I would say it's a no. Judges, do people have any opinions?
I agree with you. It's a no.
All right, thanks. Name one chemical-related health hazard. LSU answered sulfur. Here the question asks chemical-related health hazard, and LSU has answered the name of that chemical. So I would say it's a no. Judges, do you have any opinion here?
So sulfur is not a hazard. It's a cause of hazard or reason for hazard. So I don't think sulfur is right answer.
I agreed.
I agree.
And LUZ answered H2S exposition, which would be exposure.
I think it could be correct. H2S.
Yeah, we can take cause that is a hazard. So
all right, I'll say yes as well. If everyone agrees, then
Sure.
maybe you can put a comment and we can come back here. So because the question needs to be clear, a bit more clear. So health hazard. So it's we'll confirm it towards the maybe we can revisit the source because the question is a bit unclear. It can be more specific. The question. Yeah.
What is the pressure at which gas begins to break out of an undersaturated oil and form a free gas phase in the matrix of a gas cap? Bubble point pressure, which is correctly answered by LUZ. As a drilling engineer, it is often your job to design the casing string for wells. If you went with P110 casing, what does the 110 indicate? LSU answered minimum yield strength, which is the correct answer. What is the term used for oil that is lying between the highest well in the reservoir and the up-dip reservoir seal and cannot be produced by the existing wells? Attic oil is the correct answer. LUZ answered residual, which would be incorrect in this case. Bit cutters with long and widely spaced teeth are often used in what type of formations? Soft formations is the right answer. LUZ answered it correctly. The total pressure imposed at a given equivalent depth and needed to the mud weight needed to balance formation fluid pressure is denoted in ppg equivalent and is called what? Equivalent mud weight, EMW. LUZ answered hydrostatic pressure, which would be incorrect here. And judges, if you...
Can I appeal?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, when we talk about equivalent mode wave, we're talking about dynamic conditions. Actually, the question doesn't say if it's dynamic or static conditions. So it could be both. It could be equivalent mode wave if we're talking about dynamic conditions, and a hydrostatic pressure if we talk about static conditions. The question doesn't specify.
Judges?
Judges, do you have?
Hi. Basically, the question is talking about the equivalent mud weight, and the last part of the question says that it is defined in PPG equivalent and is called watt. So normally, hydrostatic pressure is not defined in the PPG. So this part, if you read it correctly, so
I think the question is very specific.
Yeah, it's very specific about the equivalent mud.
Okay, thank
you. Maybe other judges want to add something in that.
I agree with Sadaf.
Agreed with you.
Great.
All right. So
thanks for the appeal, Andrea.
Appeal not granted, and one appeal remaining for LUZ.
And LSU answered it incorrectly as well. The type of logging tool that measures hydrogen concentration in the formation by emitting high-energy neutrons into the rock formation and having the neutrons collide with the nuclei of the formation atoms is called. LUZ answered neutron log, which is the correct answer. Name one technique or method for measurement of capillary pressure in a lab setting. LUZ answered mercury injection, which is the correct answer. In the context of geospatial statistics, name one primary parameter of a variogram. Nugget sill range. LUZ answered distance between wells. Judges, do you have a comment on this? I would say no here because range doesn't necessarily need to be the distance between the wells.
I agree.
Yeah, so now this is a bit, yeah, but I agree with you. Range doesn't necessarily mean distance between the wells, and it's not the primary parameter for variogram.
Thanks, Nikhil. So I'll go ahead with no here. One answered. What is the term for porosity within the grains? Intergranular porosity is the correct answer. LUZ answered absolute porosity, which would be incorrect here. An oil with 10 degrees API gravity has which value of its density in ppg? Yeah, so this would be an incorrect answer because the question is asking in ppg. LSU couldn't answer, so no here as well. The velocity of fluid moving through a pipe, defined as the volumetric flow rate of that fluid divided by cross-sectional area, is called superficial velocity. Correct answer by LUZ. I believe this was the last question.
Yeah.
So with this, I'll close this and finally
Can we
reveal the
get back
results.
to the sulfur question?
Sure. I don't think so that question would make any difference. But as of now, the results stand 30 to LSU and 95 to LUZ.
Thanks, Sabor. Obviously, subject to the evaluation process of that question of sulfur, but as you quite rightly mentioned, that wouldn't have an impact on changing the result and the outcome. Congratulations to LUZ, I will have to now memorize your name, Universidad de Zulia, a university from Maracaibo in Venezuela, and they are accomplishing brilliant results and causing an upset in this competition. LSU, it was great to have you as well, and congratulations, obviously, to both teams for making it this far, but a special congratulations to LUZ, who will be joining us next Saturday in the final stages of this competition. They have qualified to the last 8 and the quarterfinals. So it'll be great to have them in the big showdown next Saturday. Congratulations to you, Andrea. Any comments and reflections on the game?
Thank you so much. I think the judges did a great job, and congratulations for all the efforts you're putting on this. I really appreciate it. And congratulations to LSU team. You did a great job.
Thank you. You already did a great job too. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Very well.
Thank you for the great game. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah,
Thank
indeed.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you very much,
Congrats to the winner
guys.
and good luck for your future.
Thank you so much, Najib.
All the best to both teams. And Andrea, please feel free to message either James or Cesar or Nihal on the Zoom call 3 transmission and join them just to reflect on your experience today and talk a little bit about how the game was for you. And we look forward to seeing you all next week in the final stages of the competition. And thank you to both teams. Please.
Thank you. See you next Saturday.
See you next Saturday. Goodbye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank
Well done to
you.
both teams. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
And with a spare 18 minutes or so to go, so that's great for us to be able to breathe some air and get that intermission time. So, what's your reflections on both the first games, Sabur, since you've been the judge for both, and how have the events gone so far? Brilliant performance by LUZ, by the way.
I agree. The first game, if you talk about that, it was very close, and you can see the passion in both the teams, right? How they were going for the appeals. They didn't want to miss a single point there, which is just this game itself, right? PetroBowl. That's all what it's about. And this one, I think LUZ did a fantastic job. They were very fast in answering all the questions. I saw both the teams had buzzed in the correct answer, but LUZ was they practiced very hard to just go for it as soon as they know that they're slightly correct. So, but LSU did a very great job as well. So it's been fantastic.
100%, I agree. It's so nice to see the competitive edge, but also in a very respectful manner, I know, and in line with the conduct that we expect of all the teams that are participating. But it's just tremendous to see, they're trying to make full use of this new software. It's unfamiliar for all the players involved, but they've had a little bit of practice and they've got to grips with it. And now they're able to see, okay, if I can put the answer in abbreviations, I don't have to expand on it, or if I can just put in enough to make it clear for the judges and to make them understand that this is what we're looking for in terms of the answer, then they just proceed to the next one. And so many of the questions had the correct answer from both teams, LSU be it or LUZ. Is just that the matter of split seconds. We're talking here in a 5-second provision for the players to be able to answer this question, ultimately split the two teams. And it's just, I mean, it's always brilliant to see an underdog like LUZ, I think it's fair to say, be able to cause this upset. LSU is a renowned team, and I'm sure that they'll be back next year with a lot of desire to also compete and be in the mix. But it's fantastic to see LUZ making it this far, and then fascinating next week also to see how they get on. They'll be a handful for any team that plays against them for sure. So for the next match, Zudi, Amanda, any reflections, and as well as yourselves, you and Cesar and Felipe, keen to know if you have any reflections on the two games that we had. Zudi, I think you're muted. Go ahead.
It's been a fantastic journey today. We have been in two great matches. We have seen how well prepared our students are for the competition. Even though it's not in physical way, they are just giving their best to, advance for the next round, which is going to define the champions. And it is amazing. It's for us is a good moment because seeing how software is working and how the students are getting familiar with the tool, and it's an amazing for all the committee. It's been a really hard weeks of work. It's been like a full-time job now, but we are doing our best. I believe, what we have seen on the videos that SP, Young Member Engagement Committee, share on LinkedIn were an amazing reflection of what happened last week. So for this week, we will see nice video too, like a brief for what happened during the 4 hours of transmission. Today we are having less time, fortunately, Mohammed. Last week was, an amazing week, but at the end of the day, we feel like exhausted, after a long journey, but we are like having the excitement of the games, and it's amazing. It's an amazing teamwork. I'm really proud of our PetroBowl International Committee. And the super judge, Sabur, has done a great job. It's not only during matches. We have judges working since practice game. We have been working since last year, so it's an amazing opportunity to just highlight the fact it's not just one day work. It's been a long journey for all people involved during this competition, the edition in a virtual platform.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with what you've mentioned there, Zudia. I think it's important to remind ourselves and acknowledge the amount of work that has been done behind the scenes, not just on the day of the competition itself, but also with the committee members, the judges, all of the organizers, whether it be submitting the questions, having those questions be put forward for review, working on the mechanics of the software, making sure all the feedback is incorporated, taking into consideration from the friendly matches, and from the feedback from the players themselves, creation of the videos, having the promo from the communication side, all the social media platforms, and also the scheduling of the games and having these Zoom sessions set up, the recordings of which my colleagues, I'll give a big shout out as well to Ewan. She's been very helpful with setting up these Zoom calls and making sure that everything is liaised and organized with the players, the judges, the committee members. That's phenomenal work from herself. Amanda, I know that you've been busy as well today with communicating with all the team players and making sure they're entering the right times. We've got a little bit of time now to breathe, but how has that been for you so far today, and then also throughout this volunteering experience at PetroBowl? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, I can agree totally with you when Zeoji, the team behind the scenes is doing a really great job since the beginning, since last year, discussing about the game, the format, helping with questions. And also the players, the teams are doing an excellent games. The games are so tight, they are so competitive. It's very great to see it. Also, we are doing virtually, as I would say. They are doing a really great job. Congratulations to all of us and all of them. They're great. Really, next week will be fantastic.
100%, I agree totally with everything you've touched on, Amanda. Thank you for that. I mean, it's, we have to also sort of pinch ourselves and remember that we're all in different corners of the globe as we speak. I mean, Amanda, you're in Brazil, Zudi, in Venezuela, or is that correct?
Yes, from Venezuela, yes.
And I'm joining from Oman. I know Absabor is in Norway at the moment. You're in London, so you're the reference point for all of us, I suppose, with the games and the timing.
Exactly.
Tell us a little bit about how the experience. I know you're very well knowledgeable and very versed in the organization of PetroBowl and also the young member community programs with your involvement as well with James and SP. But how have you sort of reflected on the past few weeks or so, and also day one and day two of the competition so far?
Yeah, the games have been really competitive. You can obviously see the passion that the students have. And I think it definitely shows with the knowledge that they have as well. And I think it's been, I know it's been difficult, and a lot of work and time and commitment has been, endured in, the processing and the creation of this virtual platform and the games as well. So it's been I want to say a big thank you to all the Petrol committee members, SPE members, volunteers, and the staff, and obviously the judges. Without them, we couldn't have done this. So, thank you, a big thank you all. And obviously a thank you to all the students and the teams. And I know I've been pestering you all the time, but I just want to say thank you. And, I want to say good luck to everyone, and you've all done well. And a big congratulations to everyone as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, I echo your sentiments, you, and congratulations to everybody who's involved, and just a job well done also to the players for being so patient with us throughout this whole process, and supportive and cooperative with all our instructions, our guidelines. We're pleased to have them join us. So and honestly, the players, I was having a discussion with Zudi, but also other committee members. They are the source of energy for us to keep going. In the 8 hours that we had last week, we were, fair to say, on spare batteries in the last few hours or so, but because we had the energy of the players coming in, and they're so enthusiastic, and they're having their game, and they're very keen to perform and do the best that they can, it was giving us that, sort of additional injection of energy to continue and spur on. And so it's good to have you here. You are the life and soul of what makes PetroBowl special. And so I will allow the team captains, even though we have about 8 minutes to spare, but it's good to have some room to breathe. So since we have most of the team members here, I'll allow both team captains to go ahead and introduce themselves. So we have King Fahad, University of Petroleum and Minerals, joining us today from Saudi Arabia, and local time there, as per my estimate, and I'm looking at my local time, so I'm trying to compare it to yours. It's around about almost 5 p.m. There, if I'm not mistaken. Ahmed Abdullah, you're the team captain. Please go ahead and introduce yourself, your colleagues, and tell us a little bit about your experience so far at PetroBowl in this virtual environment.
Yes. Hi, everyone. This is Ahmed Abdullah, the team captain of King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals PetroBowl team. I'd like to welcome all here. Our team contains 4 students, me, Dimije, Clemens, and Saoud. We were very happy to be here in the first virtual PetroBowl competition. And I wish all the opposing team the best in today's match.
Fabulous. Thank you, Ahmed, for that. And now for the team that will be squaring up against KFUPM, FUTO, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, with their captain being Daniel. He's been outspoken today about, and today, not just today, but over the past few weeks, about how the experience has been for him, and then shared how he's excited, and his team as well, of progressing in this competition. Tell us a little bit about how FUTO has been performing so far, and what your experience of PetroBowl is, and how you're looking ahead to this game.
Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. So we are from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, here in Nigeria, and we are a 5-man team. We couldn't play our first game because University of Virgin, unfortunately, were absent, and it was more of a test run for us, which we did. But we are very much pleased with the virtual PetroBowl, as it is a very, very wonderful alternative, since we could not have the offline version at the ATCE. And we really commend this. We commend the YMBC who are putting this together, all members of the YMBC who are putting this together. And we are looking forward to a great game today with KFUPM. And we hope that we get to win the match at the end of the game.
Fantastic. I'm sure KFPM echo your sentiments, Daniel, and they're also hoping to come out on top. But it's going to be a very competitive game. We've had 2 very exciting games before this one. One was a little bit tighter than the other, but we also predict that this is going to be, if not neck and neck, very passion infused at the very least. So we've got, I believe, couple of judges that are joining us, fresh faces for this game, alongside obviously Abdul Sabur, who's continuing the marathon with all of us here. So that's great. I remember he messaged me privately the previous week and asked me, "Are you guys going on for like 8 hours?" It's like, so it's like, there's no breaks in between. And I was like, "Yeah, that's correct. We didn't really think this through, but it was something that we were able to make it happen. So it was great." So we have Dr. Lee Richards joining us today as a judge for this match. I don't know if you're able to hear us, Dr. Lee, but please go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your judging experience at PetroBowl.
Yeah, I can hear you well. I'm happy to be here today. I've been judging PetroBowl now for, I think, about 6 years. So I don't know, some of you may recognize me. I've been around for a lot of these matches. Really glad that with considering the situation we have this year that I'm able to continue to judge. So welcome, and I'm glad to be here. And if anybody can figure out what is behind me here in my background, I mean, I wish I could give you a bonus point, but it would be, does anybody have any clue what this is?
A bird.
Well done.
But as to the specific type and species of the bird, I think that'd be very impressive if someone is able to get it.
It's relevant to petroleum engineering. Anybody? So I'll let you know, that is a petrel. If anybody ever uses petrel.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That is actually a petrel.
Okay.
I bet you didn't know it was even named after a bird. So there's my introduction. It's my background, a petrel. All right, thanks everybody. I'm gonna leave my video off as my internet connection may be a little slow today. So
no problem.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Judge Dr. Lee Richards. I appreciate that intro, and no problem on leaving it off. And it was just, I think that it's tremendous that we all learned something new right there. I had no idea, and I can feel everybody when they're nodding that I expected petrol to be named after the fact that it's petroleum, but beyond that, I had no idea that was named after a bird. So that's phenomenal. Thank you for that piece of information, valuable. Judge Emmett Singh is also joining us. Good to see you. Great to have you on, as well as Dr. Lee, of course. Please introduce yourself, Amit, and tell us a little bit about your judging experience so far at PetroBowl.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Hi. Okay, great. So yeah, my name is Amit Singh. I am a well stimulation advisor for Chevron, and I work in Houston. So currently we all are working from home also because of that. So this is my first year as judge. I did attend on the round 1 and it was a wonderful experience. I can definitely say all the students who are participating here, they are very positive, very good. And I really like that they are keeping their sportsmanship in this competition very positively as well. With the great follow-up of all the respect that they are showing in the room for the opposite team. So please keep it up, and definitely very good luck for the upcoming matches. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Judge Emmett. And I would also second what you're saying by the sentiments that we've had as organizers. We certainly had hoped that all the players would embrace and make this competition a very sportsman-like competition. But we've just been floored and very impressed by how welcoming and open they've been, and supportive and cooperative throughout this whole process. Kildar, you're a judge. We've seen you last week. We've had you on. It's great to have you again in Zoom call 1. I'm not sure if you've been involved in the evaluation process in any of the other games before. I'm sure you were, but this is the first we see of you of this call. So please go ahead and introduce yourself to us a little bit.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, where you are. I am Kildare George. I have been involved in PetroBowl for a long time. So I have played in the US, in Missouri. I also have played in Brazil as captain. I was coach of another team in Brazil. Last year, I was involved in Latin America PetroBowl competition as a judge, and this year again. So it's like PetroBowl is in my blood. I would say like this, okay? We have the Petro Bowlers. It's so many PetroBowl fans together, so this is amazing. So right now I'm in the States in College Station at Texas A&M. So I really wish good luck to all of one involved in this game, and also enjoy the game, and see you guys.
Brilliant. Thank you, Judge Kildar. And good to hear that you're in College Station. You're keeping it very cozy and warm for all of us Aggies. That's brilliant. We've got Super Judge Hussein today. He'll be taking care of the sharing of the screen and the evaluation, the primary evaluation of the scores after the match is concluded. Hussein, I'm not sure if you can hear us okay, but if you do, please go ahead and introduce yourself to all of us. Yeah, excellent.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yeah, this is Hossein Kalai from Houston. Actually, I'm a enhanced recovery lead for ConocoPhillips. Kind of been in this role for a while, so happy to help here. I got my PhD from University of Kansas, being a researcher at UT and all that, so if it helps.
Fantastic. Thank you, Judge Hussein, or Dr. Hussein, since the PhD as well.
No worries.
And just when you mentioned, Kildar, about like how you've been involved throughout this whole PetroBowl journey, and you've been a judge in the Latin American Caribbean games, and also for many number of years, it reminds us of the wealth of expertise and seasoned industry professionals that we have today as judges. I was speaking to my line manager at work a few weeks ago, and when things were really intense with the preparation of PetroBowl, and I was telling him, it feels like PetroBowl is my full-time job and this is my part-time job. But it gives you that feeling, but it's just also invigorating because of the passion we hold for this kind of competition. So I suppose we're all ready now and raring to go. I know that team members of FUTO and then KFUPM are ones who are talkative and love to have a conversation, but they're also anxious to get this going. So Zudi, how are you looking with the software? Are we good to go and open?
Yes, let me open the game.
So, do one moment, please. It's missing one participant of Futo University.
All right, thank you for pointing that out, Amanda. So we don't have all 4 players from FUTO. Is that the case?
Yes. The Fortune of Jura.
Okay. Daniel, could you kindly give us an update on your colleague who's not yet been able to join us in the call? I think you're attempting to contact them.
Okay, I'll quickly contact him using WhatsApp. Just give me a minute.
Sounds good. No worries. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're able to wait a couple of minutes or so.
Call for you.
I will remind all players to keep their camera open at all times during the match so as to maintain an equal playing field. The etiquettes for the previous game apply the same as they did in round 1. Please make sure that you stay muted when we start the game. If you have any issues, concerns, pop them in the chat below, the Zoom functionality chat, or on the WhatsApp groups. And also, just to remind you, you have a maximum of 2 appeals for this round, given that it's only 8 minutes. So each team is allowed only 2 appeals. We would ask that you adhere to the SP conduct in terms of the way that you communicate to the judges, the organizers. There has been mention of a couple of instances where that might have been tested or challenged. So we just want to make sure that we're adhering to these codes of conduct throughout the competition itself. And most importantly, enjoy it because I think this is a unique experience. I've had colleagues reach out and say, will we have a virtual environment for the regionals, or even the finals next year. We know that ATC is going to be held in Dubai for this year in 2021. We still don't have the clarity over what kind of environment we're going to be heading into towards the end of the year. But one thing's for sure is that this competition has proven that we are capable of doing it virtually if needed and called upon. So I think that's very reassuring.
Okay.
The final number.
I don't know if the waiting room could be checked. I think he's in the waiting room.
Okay, is it Mohammed?
No, Fortune.
Okay. So on the off chance that it's someone else, we will not admit that individual. But okay, Fortune. Is that?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So should be joining us any moment.
Joining right now, exactly.
As soon as we're joined by Fortune, we'll be ready to go. Hopefully, we'll just do a quick check on whether or not the camera is on for that particular player and whether they can hear us. Okay. You can see the icon now. Fortune, are you able to hear us? And please confirm if you are able to hear us. And also, why don't you go ahead and put your camera on for us as well. Oops, it looks like Fortune has dropped out of the call. We'll give it a minute or so just to see if they're able to join us back. So important to always make sure that a stable connection is maintained for these type of events. Having said that, it's a challenge with the very vast distance between some of the teams and the fact that we're playing in all corners of the world. It is definitely a testing feat for the organizers, the players, everybody involved. But to think that we've come from having this be carried out for just one region and now to be carried out for the entire globe, it's just phenomenal in a few months' time. Fortune, it's good to see you. We see you now. We have the camera on. Can you please confirm if you can hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
Excellent. And with that, thank you for joining. With that, I believe we have all the team members that we need. Zudi, are we good on the game? So as the screen shows, just please make sure that if you have any technical questions, Zoom chat functionality or WhatsApp groups. And all the best. Enjoy the game. And then Zudi, if you can give us the go
yes,
ahead.
It is open, the game now.
Fantastic. All right. All good to go.
Okay, I'm checking on system. I have all players' response on server. Okay, so for those who text they had any issue, we fix it. And they clicking on uploading, they get their answers on system now. Okay, so it's fine. I will close the game.
Zildi,
Yes.
there is a player from KF UPM who mentioned that he couldn't do from question 31.
Yeah, but their answers are there. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Probably the time ends and the system close, but his information is on server. Okay.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I will close the game.
All right. That player is Clement. You're correct, Kildar. And just as Sudi mentioned, okay, you've raised your hand. Please go ahead and elaborate what the issue was, if you'd like to speak. Come on, can you hear us? I think you're on mute.
Okay, from question 30, then I got the same message. I received the error message even from the last game. The message that would either ask you to continue or to quit. You know, those error message. Then I tried to continue, but it couldn't continue. Then the question was just reading. So I just have to just quit because I tried to press continue. It didn't work. The question was just, so I have to quit so that I can inform the team about what happened.
Let me ask one question. So in question 30, you said from question 31 onward, right? So how long time did you use from question 1 to question 30? Do you have an idea how much time you had left from that question? Because maybe all of the time you didn't have enough time anymore. That's why I don't know.
Yes, that's most likely to be the cause. Okay, good point, Kildar. So I'm checking because since we add an extra verification for validating that all players has the response on server ready to evaluate. Okay, once the game is closed, before closing the game, we are checking all answers are there from all players. So I have the confirmation that your answers are there. So probably it's, just a few seconds left, and then you of course it is like a confirmation the system closed at the time of the 8 minutes round available for you. Okay, so I will close the game now. Yes.
Because 30 questions in 8 minutes is like so much. So I think he has no time left at the end. So I am almost sure that that's the reason. Like you said, yeah.
Yeah, it is worth noting. It is worth noting that the game itself will show you a message saying unexpected error, unhandled error, and then it will allow you to see the subsequent questions, except you won't be able to answer them because you have run out of time, which is the 8 minutes that have elapsed. So that is indeed the situation. So thank you for your remark, Clement, but that is the likely cause of what had happened. So now we have the super judge, Hussein, who has gone ahead and shared his screen. I don't know if you're able to see the game, though, the round appearing at your screen, Hussein. If not, please go ahead and try to select it. So we would be looking at the second round, yeah, indeed. And that should appear now. If you could just press on the round, first of all, on the blue bar, you can just press on that, double click on it.
Please log out and log in because probably you log in at the time data was uploading on server. So we have to wait until data is uploaded. So once it's uploaded, George can evaluate. So please log out and log in again to make sure you have received it on time.
Sure. Just give me a second.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
So as soon as Super Judge Hussein will log into the system and share his screen, we'll be able to look at how many questions do we have from both sides, both teams have answered, and indeed until what point of the 40 questions do we have the most responses from both teams. And then Super Judge Hussein will be joined by Absabur, by Amit, and also by Dr. Lee and Kildar to evaluate the scores and deliberate over the questions and the responses that may be a split decision. So Hussein, have you been able to log into the
Sure, I just logged in, and
excellent.
yeah, just give me a second. I
want
to use the high resolution screen here so everybody can see it properly.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Much
How's
better.
that?
Better. Yeah,
Perfect.
that's very visible and clear.
Now
go to evaluation.
Should be able to go to evaluation straight away and
select the round, which is yes.
Yeah.
And
can you double click on it? Yeah. Excellent. And if you just scroll down to the end of the questions to see how far we've reached. Okay, so it seems as though the furthest question we've gotten to is question 29. So that will mean that we have a swift evaluation process. And so floor is yours, Hussein. You can click on evaluate and go ahead.
Okay. Let's just start here. I'm hoping everybody can see my screen here.
Maybe if you can like enlarge a little bit this portion. I don't know if it's, yeah.
In your, yes.
Second, let me just make this
nice.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to kick it off. What's the name of given to the physical condition under which sediments are deposited by a driver? And so this team early on, I think it's no. And for the second team, I think it is the deposition, but I guess we want the team to really mention the name of it. So if the rest of the judge are agreed, I'm going to say no to this one.
Yes.
And move on.
Go ahead.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Why does
Did you correct the, excuse me, can you go back?
Yeah, just confirm both of them.
Yes, you have to confirm both.
I did confirm both.
Okay.
Excuse, can I challenge that, please?
Yes.
All right. So I think the question was poorly framed because the question says, what's the physical condition? The physical condition is deposition. The question does not ask what the depositional environment. Of course, the depositional environment is fluvial, but the question says, what is the physical condition under which sediments are deposited? The name of the physical condition is deposition. If the question said we should give the name of the deposition environment, of course, it's fluvial, but the physical condition itself is deposition. It's not specific, right? Okay. So I think it's a correct response, or the question is
that's a great
framed.
comment. You know, but let's just read the question together. How about that? Okay.
Yeah.
It clearly mentioned that what is the name given to the physical, right? So
physical condition.
Exactly. So for that particular one, since we're just asking for the name given to the physical condition, I think it is fair to have the name along with the deposition. We know that that condition is deposition, of course, but since it is clearly mentioned what is the name given to the physical condition, I think we're after that name. So
yeah, and also if you take a look on that question, you can see clearly the name deposited. So it's, you know, the name derived from deposition is right there in the question, you know. So
yeah, but the response is not a physical condition, is my point. The response given is not a physical condition, it's a depositional environment. The fluvial depositional environment, that answer isn't a physical condition. That answer is the name of a depositional environment. I understand that but I'm just saying it's poorly framed, the question.
Either way, deposition is wrong. This is Lee Richards. Deposition is wrong, as is the other answer. Either way.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Ask
agree
for a name
with Judge Lee as well.
And just to explain that, like, yes, you are trying to read too much into the word physical condition. It's not physical mechanism. The deposition can be interpreted as mechanism. Condition can also mean that, like, it's the environment, because sometimes we say, like, hey, we are in a good environment or we are in a good condition. So the word condition does not mean mechanism. So I understand, we understand that where you are coming from, kind of like, hey, what the word may mean, but it doesn't, it's not a mechanism that it's talking about. So
okay, if let's, for the sake of time, let's move on to the next one.
Hussein, just as we are moving along, can we just try to press on Control and plus and see if you're able to zoom the window in a little bit, just so that we're able to see more clearly. I don't know if you're able to enlarge the window for the audience, and we're able to see.
This window, particularly this window, doesn't enlarge that much as I'm getting the control.
Yeah, but can you please check the Zoom radio on the view options so you can enlarge?
Where is the option? Can you tell me where is the option?
In the top from Zoom, there is view options, Zoom radio. So enlarging the Zoom radio, you will see a bigger.
I don't think he's able to do that because he's the other screen. Like when he tries to enlarge, the system is not allowing because he's in the next window. So I think
okay.
Close the.
Yeah, but
I have to
yes,
close
but we
that
can
one.
do it individually, so we can see better in our screens. Even though, yes.
Do you want me to close this one and do it again?
It should record your answers anyway, the confirmed responses. So if you can close this window and just try to toggle the view options. So the view options are next to
in
the logo.
in the Zoom.
In the what?
In Zoom. In Zoom, you are viewing for the transmission purposes, Zoom radio enlarge.
Yeah.
Yes, and for you, yeah, not to enlarge, just open. Yeah.
Just give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Zudi, I'm gonna give you my control. You go ahead.
Oh, let me. You mean for what? For opening? No, no. You can continue. You can continue. Close the session and keep it as it is because it's probably your computer configuration for screen. Yeah, but just close.
Yeah.
Yeah, click on evaluate and we will see. Let's see.
No problem.
Let's just keep continue on that one.
All right.
Yeah, that should be
yes, that's better.
Okay.
In order, can you
enlarge? Yes.
In order click.
Yeah,
no,
but it's
bigger.
It makes
yes.
This one. Yes, this one.
Okay. What's the name given to the? Well, that's the one. The first one. Why does the formation volume factor of oil is typically a value higher than 1? Okay, the volume in reservoir, I think, is greater, probably, you said. Okay, it's not the one because the volume increase at the surface. Yep.
Well, let's think about this. Formation volume factor is the volume in reservoir over the volume surface condition, right? So yes, dissolved gas comes out of solution. So what happens in the reservoir? We have greater volumes. Yes, the volumes in the reservoir should be greater than at surface, right?
No, at surface, it's going to be more volume.
Okay. I think the answer is very clear. Dissolved gas comes out from the oil at the surface conditions, and you know, here it mentioned the volume in the reservoir is greater, I guess.
Yes.
So the volume increases at the surface. So I rather to go with no for this one. And
I'm sorry, I have an appeal. I have an appeal.
Yeah, wait a minute. We need to check this for sure.
Because and I want to make an appeal because it will be counted for me. But the answer, for my answer, it is very clear. You mentioned oil formation volume factor is defined as the volume at the reservoir conditions above the volume at surface, and due to the dissolved gas in the reservoir, so the volume when it comes to the surface, it shrinks. So
Yes.
the volume in the reservoir is greater. So it is
Yes.
more than one. And the least value is one. So I think I used now an appeal to correct some technical something that I shouldn't do an appeal for. But it's very clear. The answer is right.
That's right. At reservoir conditions, the volume is greater.
Yes, yes.
So I asked Judge Lee and Judge Sabur, please weigh in as well here.
Yeah, I think the answer is incorrect. I mean, first off, the answer is not specific enough. Second off, the answer is that they're asking the volume factor of the oil.
Yes.
And its surface.
But in the reservoir, oil is liquid plus gas. So what happens is when you produce that mixture, gas is going to come out of, gas is going to come out of solution.
Yes. So the volume will decrease.
Gas is going to come out of solution. So what's going to happen? The total volume is going to
reduce at the surface.
Yes, reduce at the surface.
Yes. We are mentioning that in the reservoir it is greater. That is right.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's correct. The answer.
Yes.
Because he does not need to give the exact same answer as we have over there.
I am sorry. No. I am sorry. There are two types. There are two types of formation volume factor. One for gas. You are giving the photo, yes, and they are very wrong because they answered for gas formation volume factor when the volume increases at the surface. For gas formation volume factor, it is greater. It is the surface at the volume at surface is greater. But for oil formation volume factor,
Ahmed, we're hearing you. Just give me a second here. I think we know. Josh Kalar. His answer is toward yes, but I want Judge Lee and Sabur as well. Please vote for the first team here. What would you suggest to go with? My answer is no, but I'm ready for your vote actually.
My answer is no simply because the answer is too vague. That's I say the answer is no.
No from my side as well.
Wait a minute. I'm going just to tell my opinion, okay?
Oh, Judge Amit, I'm sorry I didn't see you here. Judge Amit, please weigh into.
Yeah, I will go with both the answers are incorrect because the answers are like just the volume is greater or lower does not mean like we are definitely looking for the word dissolved gas comes out because the question is saying like what does impact it or why it happens, not what just happens. So both the answers in my understanding are incorrect.
Okay, but like okay, that's fine. But if you take a look on the question, you see why does formation volume factor of oil is typically a value higher than 1. The answer is just talking about dissolved gas, but you also have another factor, that is like temperature and pressure decrease at the surface, and the liquid itself is going to change the volume. So it's not just dissolved gas. It's not just the dissolution of gas. So you have like dissolution of gas, you have the effect of changing pressure and temperature that is going to change the volume of the liquid itself. So, but like since 3 judges are saying like, no, that's fine. But I still think like the first question is right. The first answer, yes.
Judge Keldar, I'm hoping that I pronounce your name properly.
Yeah,
what it says is at the surface condition. So it inherently, it has that concept of the temperature and pressure in the answer. And
in the answer, we just have the concept for the dissolution of gas because of pressure and temperature. Okay, so look, in reservoir, we have liquid plus gas as one, okay? As at the moment that we start to produce that fluid, okay, because of course, pressure and temperature, gas is going to come out of solution. But this is not the only effect there. We also have the change in volume of the liquid itself. So we have 2 big effects here. Gas coming out of solution and just in the liquid changing volume because the pressure and temperature. So we have 2 big effects. But like if you take a look, the question, why does formation volume factor? What is formation volume factor? It's the volume reservoir over the volume at surface. If it's always 1, of course, it's because of the volume in reservoir is greater than the volume at the surface. So I still think like the first answer is correct. That's what the question is asking. The question is not asking about the effect. The question is not asking about anything. The question is asking like, why does formation volume factor of oil is typically a value higher than 1? That's it. Yes. It's not asking about phenomena. It's not asking about pressure, temperature. It's just asking why. And formation volume factor is just volume at reservoir condition over volume of at surface condition. And that's it. So if it's always greater than 1, of course, the volume at reservoir condition is greater than the volume at the surface. That's it.
Let me do this then. I'm hearing you. Let me do this. Since we want to be fair in both sides, either both of them should be no or both of them should be yes, right? At this point. Both of them
I would like to highlight, excuse me, this is one thing to consider. You won't see the opposite team answer on a real game. So you are seeing now, you have not to consider the opposite team until you decide from the first one. So in a real game, what's happening? You will only listen the answer for the fastest player. Yeah, so it is, you have to decide first on this one, not to consider what the other team response is. Okay?
Thanks, Judy, for the comment.
I still think like let me just clarify. Okay, we are like a group of judges, and like the great majority of opinions is going to win. Okay, but I still think like the first answer is correct. Because
so just a one request, and sorry, Super Judge, for interrupting. We are in a question number 2, and we are discussing for a long time.
Yeah,
I think we need to definitely consider that this is. Please keep that into consideration. That we need to move on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree with you. Just come back at the end to this question and we discuss about this.
Okay, Super Judge Hussein, yeah, we have 16 minutes.
Yeah, we will take noise question number 2. Okay, so at the end, we will go back and check again.
We'll take note of this question. I'll come back to it in the end. I just want to remind as the moderator, KFUPM have made one appeal prior to this question by Ademiji. It was not granted. There was an appeal made in this question. We will not decide on whether it should be reversed or granted. We will just keep one appeal remaining for KFUPM and move on, please. All right. 。
Okay, in the context of thermal oil recovery by steam
Excuse
injection.
me, there was a mistake in the last question. Can you go
Yeah,
back?
no, let me tell you. The last question we did not judge yet. We will come back at the end, okay?
No, but he gave them the question.
We will come back to it at the
will
end.
come
Don't worry
But
about
we'll
it.
come back, so it doesn't
Just
matter
wait.
if
We haven't finalized that yet.
Don't
Okay?
worry.
Just wait. Okay.
All right.
And Zudi had a great actually point. Whoever gave us the fastest answer, that's the most important one at this point.
Yeah.
And we judge that one, but we will come back. Don't worry about it.
No, but my point.
Oh, you are muted. You are muted. Just unmute yourself and say
Okay.
what you are.
In the context of thermal oil recovery by steam injection, what does SEOR stand for? Steam enhanced oil recovery, which they didn't answer it. So I said no, confirm.
Hello, please. Sorry, I still am talking about the question number 2 because.
No. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. We will review before closing the evaluation and
yes.
Giving the results. Okay. So we need to continue. We have to click on both, and then we will come back. Don't worry. Okay.
This is an emergency system for the discharging gas during the abnormal condition to the atmosphere to relieve pressure in excess of the maximum allowable working pressure, MAWP. Name an example of this emergency system. Pressure relief valve, safety relief valve, or chopper disc. Okay, flare system, which is not the correct answer. Release system.
Release system is correct. I think that's close enough.
Yes, I agree. It's correct. Second one is correct.
Or you call it the pressure release system.
Yeah.
They just left pressure out, but that was kind of implied.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, can I contest this question, please?
Phase under multi-phase flow conditions in
Super
precision.
judge. There is a player from the other team that is going to challenge the question. Can you come back?
Yes. Fortune, can you come back and
say that's
what you want to say?
Yes, that's the question.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
The
flare system as well releases gas to the surface, to the atmosphere, used to discharge gases in abnormal conditions.
I'm going to weigh in on this. I'm going to stop you right there. I am very familiar with this system. The flare system has nothing to do with pressure.
Absolutely.
Pressure is in the question. It is wrong.
It is wrong. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I read the question here. It's a relative permeability, rel perm. I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Alpha incident took place in which year? 1988. Yes.
Correct.
The measure of the change in the direction of a well bore over a defined length, normally measured in degrees per 100 feet of length, is called what? DLS, old dog leg.
Can you read again the question? Because dog leg and dog leg severity are different. So
no, well, I'll actually, Kildare, I'm sorry, I'll interrupt there. In the field, we refer to the dog leg severity as dog leg all the time.
Okay, so that's fine.
Very common.
Okay. Even though they didn't say, severity, but,
dog leg is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that. They calculate oil viscosity at the bubble point using Chu and Connell correction. We need the dead oil viscosity and which other oil property? RS, okay. Solution gas oil ratio. No. By using a graph of a parameter versus pressure, the isothermal oil compressibility for an undersaturated reservoir can be deduced. Name this parameter. So it's just a BO. Volume is, you need to mention oil volume, formation oil volume factor. Sorry about that. I cannot accept that one. A device that is used to attach the casing joints from the previous casing string internal well. Name it. Yeah, liner hanger. Good. Well, none of them answered, so I'm going to move on. for the sake of time, none of them.
Answer.
This one. Which of the founder country members of the OPEC was from Latin America, Venezuela? Okay. What's the main objective of e-monitoring program of SB, a distance mentoring program to connect young professional, I think, to professional members, build young professions?
Well, I think like
I would say yes to the first
yes.
answer.
Yeah, I agree. It's yes. First answer.
I agree.
Yes.
Okay. So we need to then correct the answer here as well.
Maybe you can put like a remark to be more specific on the answer.
Can we scroll down? Is there anything more added to the answer to?
Yeah, connecting professional.
Nothing there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think the answer is fine. I think that's the gist.
Yeah.
I think we can accept that.
Right.
Okay.
He was just putting a remark down there. Yes.
Okay, this is 1950. Okay. 252. Yes, here. No need to read it. Okay, in the progress cavity pumps, how is the stator usually run in the well on the bottom of the producing and sucker road? No.
Yeah, no.
In the context of HSC, what does the...
Let me ask one question. Did you confirm the last question, the answer?
Yeah, I did.
You would run the other part on a sucker rod.
Yeah.
The last one's wrong.
Right. I was just asking if he confirmed the answer.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
Okay. Occupational health and safety. Okay, I think I'll admit this one. Okay, no answer here. In the context of HSES, what does the acronym PSI represent? Pound square inch.
That's right.
Pressure per square inch. Well,
I'm not sure that's correct because we were
That's
looking
incorrect.
Yeah,
square inch.
no. Like PS.
Seen like a greeting.
I'm sorry, Zudi, say that one more time.
Yeah. Can you please check the answer?
Yes, the answer
Yeah.
it's a pound
Pounds?
per.
It's pounds per square inch, not pressure per square
No
inch.
pressure. Correct. Yes.
Incorrect.
Yes, pounds per square inch.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's incorrect.
Classification model.
Can you read the question?
Yeah. While a generative model will learn categories of data, a second model will simply learn the distinction between different categories of data. Name this second model. Discriminative model. Classification model. No.
Wait a minute. This is a question related to data analytics. So go up a little bit. Go up, please. While a generative model will learn categories of data, the second model will simply learn, scroll down. Will simply learn the distinction between different categories of data.
Yeah, that's not the answer, sir.
Model,
It's not the answer. Discriminative is what it would be called.
Yes.
Hussein and judges, we have a raised hand from Daniel from Fito.
Yeah.
Daniel, do you want to mention something? Please go ahead.
No, never mind. It's been clarified. There are just two types of models. So it's either generative or discriminative.
All right, thank you. And we'll go ahead and skip this question since there was no answer on this.
Hydraulic fracturing is correct. What type of the mud is used for drilling salt formation? Salt saturated or starch? No.
That's incorrect, the first one.
The second one, I think the second one we should accept.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm gonna accept this one.
Keep going.
Sure.
No. Yeah, I think we don't have any answers anymore, so you can come back to question 2.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this was my appeal. Can I say something else?
Go ahead. Yes.
Yes, simply, and I will show you step by step the definition of oil formation volume factor. It is the volume at reservoir over volume at surface. This is the first thing. As we produce the gas, the dissolved gas is coming out from the oil, so its volume decreases. So when the gas comes to the surface, the volume of oil decreases, and the oil in the reservoir volume of oil is greater. You know, we are talking about the definition. It is about volume of oil. So I consider you know the basic of the definition. It is volume of oil in reservoir over volume of oil at surface. This is the first thing. Regarding the pressure and temperature effect you mentioned, George, I think it is not right, because if we decrease the pressure as we producing, the volume should increase. The volume of oil should increase, but it decreases. Yes, it decreases due to the dissolved gas is coming
No, but
out.
it's not just the dissolved gas. The liquid itself is going to have some impact.
You are right, but you are right, but
so it's two physical effects. Dissolved gas
right.
And also the change. So what I'm just saying is, like, here, again, judges, okay? We need to, the great majority is going to win. But if we take a look on the question is just saying, why does formation volume factor of oil is typically a value higher than 1? And as the player mentioned, oil formation volume factor is just the ratio of volume of oil at reservoir conditions over the volume of oil at surface. So if it's just this, we just need to analyze the equation. And if it's always greater than 1, of course, the volume at reservoir is always greater than the volume at the surface. The question is not asking about, like, physical phenomena or why that happens. It's just asking why this factor is greater than 1. Always. Yes. That's it. So I think the first answer, I still think the first answer is correct.
The second answer is totally
Hey,
wrong.
Ahmed,
because it is about
just
gas.
give me 1 second. Ahmed, hold on a second. We totally hear you. You know, a couple of times you explained. You know, we kind of understood. Let me just go to the judges and make a decision, because we can't just wait. You know, just wait here.
Longer, yes.
Yeah.
I think Talar, he is going for yes. I want to Judge Lee, please. Judge Lee and Sabur and Amit, please. I need your advice here. I like myself. I'm in the Keldar actually team, so I'm gonna go for yes, right? So
we have 2 yes, okay.
Please, Judge Lee, go ahead.
Yeah, Kildar makes a compelling argument, and he's probably a better expert in it than I am. So I'll go ahead and go with yes.
Even we are 3-0, but I respect you know, Judge Amit and Judge Sabur. Please weigh in.
My answer would have still been no, but if you're just asking yes and no, so my answer is no.
Okay, Judge Amit, please.
My answer would be no, because the question very specifically mentions why it does happen.
Okay, so with all due respect to all the judges, yeah. So with all due respect to all the judges, since we are 3-2, let me just yes, but I'll definitely put a notation here that we need to be more specific on the answer from the SPE side. Okay.
Excuse, could I make an appeal?
So let me ask SP members, how many appeals Futu has already?
They can have just 2.
Has 2 appeals remaining. Yeah.
Mohammed,
go ahead.
Is that the second one, or is this their third one?
This is the first appeal.
This is the first time they appeal.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
Okay, so I want to say that the definition is incorrect because we do not know what volume he's talking about. We only asked why the formation volume factor of oil is higher than 1. It could be because the volume of the gas is lower or the volume of the oil is greater. And in this case, we cannot say what happens. At the surface, the volume of the gas increases, while at the reservoir, the volume of the gas is reduced and the volume of oil is greater. So we do not know the specificity of his answer that's coming from KFUPM. So we can't really say.
I would like to add something. We are not looking for the best answer between both things. If first thing did a correct answer, we'll take as a yes. So that's the point we have to consider at this.
I'm sorry. There is another oil formation. Another formation volume factor for gas.
Ahmed,
another one.
Ahmed,
Beta G.
Beta
G. This is beta O.
Let me just
clarify
one thing.
Beta O. I'm sorry. This is beta O. This is another something.
Ahmed, forget about. Okay, hold on a second, Ahmed. Hold on a second, Ahmed. Forget about the answer that you're seeing here. Okay, just look at the question and look at the answer. When you look at all the arguments that all the judges now are doing is just solely based on the question that were asked. Forget about that answer that you're seeing there. Based on that question, the answer given is right. If we wanted to stick to the answer that the SPE provided here, definitely it would be no. But now we are actually discussing among ourselves, and we believe that based on just looking at the question, the answer is right. There could be a couple of more reasoning, as Josh Killar mentioned, temperature, pressure. You can argue all of that and totally correct. But based on this one, this is one of the answer, and we have to accept that one. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna.
Oh, did you confirm that answer?
I think I did, but I'll do it.
Just double check.
If you wish. Sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
I am sorry, but you give yes for them.
The what?
Just one point for all the players, okay? We have a regulation, okay? And you guys should be careful with your comments and how you react in the game, because we can disqualify you guys, okay?
Yes.
So this is a regulation in the game, so be careful about this, okay?
Very good point by Judge Kildar. Indeed, we asked all teams to adhere to the code of conduct when communicating with the judges. You've made your points very clear. I believe that concludes our evaluation process.
That's right.
Judge Hussein. So we can just
close this one.
Yeah, just for us, look at the results. Wow. Okay. So it appears we have a tie, and we are going to go to overtime in a match that, simply put, does not cease to want to end, which is brilliant, but also very exciting and challenging. So yeah, both teams have.
Excuse me, Mohammed. Sorry. Could you check if the question 2 was confirmed for both?
Yes.
Because I
so
saw
can
in
you
the
check,
general...
Hussein, if you have confirmed for that question.
Yes, I did. I actually twice I confirmed it. Mohammed.
It's because it's
can we see the score again?
You go ahead and check it, check it.
This is Lee. Can we all see the score again, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you
go back and share your screen again?
Absolutely.
And just to confirm that question was, did the judges overall pick no for that response, or was it yes?
It was yes.
I thought we picked yes for that.
Yeah.
So I think actually there should be 5 points there.
Yes. For some reason, the system did not.
The system didn't. Yeah, we confirmed it twice actually.
Yeah, he confirmed twice.
I'm asking. Hold on a second.
So
let me just.
Now. Yeah.
Let me just go to the end to make sure that we're not interrupting the system here.
Okay.
Now, Mohammed, I'm going to close it.
Go
and
ahead.
now it was taken 10 points here.
Right.
Now
So,
it's 35 to 20.
With that late bit of drama,
yes,
it appears as though,
no, that's the Mohammed. That's the beauty of this type of the actually contest. Really,
absolutely.
we're here for them to discuss and appeal their answer, and not always the answer that was given was completely right. And really, we wanted to be fair, nothing more than that. You know, I remember once you guys wanted to assign, for example, myself to another contest. Since I was from North America, you disqualify me. So it really means that we are trying to be fair as much as possible. I just want to assure everybody, all the attendees here, that we are trying to be fair. You know, we have 5 judges, and that's the beauty of it. We have 5, not 4, not 6, right? So I just want to assure you guys, and you know, best of luck for all of you guys.
Absolutely. Diversity and richness of opinion, and feedback and input from all the experienced judges here, and to ensure that there is no conflict of interest, like you've mentioned, Hussein, with the removal of some judges from evaluating some of the games, and the checks and balances that all the players are providing to the judges as they evaluate the questions. So it appears as though we don't have an overtime situation.
Yes.
I would say, fortunately for the organizers, even though it would have been glad
yes, yes,
to avoid that situation happening. We have a winner by 35 points to 20, which is Team A, KFUPM. Congratulations to them. They will be proceeding to the next round, which is the quarterfinals, and meeting us next Saturday. Congratulations to Ahmed Abdelal.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for all judges. It was very controversial, this game. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all.
And just again,
thank you.
Just a final remind for all players. We had like some issues last week. So for all players, just be compelling with the judges. Do not like act in the game, or because you can be disqualified based on your actions. So be careful with this, okay?
Important note to self for all the players, I'm sure. Super Judge Hussein, thank you very much for leading
so much for the opportunity.
The evaluation process. Absolutely great to have you on, and
yes,
for judges Kildar and also Abdul Sabur, I suppose you'll be taking a little bit of a break from the judging and evaluation process at the moment. Thank you for also joining us in this Zoom call one and having you on. It was phenomenal, and the live discussion as well. We'll be able to keep Dr. Lee for a little bit longer, as well as Emmett. They'll be joining the upcoming judges in the last game of the day 2. But thank you to KFUPM, Ahmed, and your colleagues, as well as Daniel. It was fantastic having FUTO on, and all the best in your future.
Thank you very much.
Yes, great job, judges.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you all.
Doing a great job. Good luck to the rest of the team.
Good luck, all team.
Thank you. Take care. All right, and that brings us off very well into
the last match
of the day. They've been very patient in waiting for the games to conclude. We've had a very heavily contested evaluation process, to say the least. Question 2 seems to be the one that was almost never ending, but it's great to have a resolution to it with the judges, and to be welcoming team members of the next match that we have here. So we have Heriot Watt University, all the way from Scotland, joining us, as well as University Federal Rio de Janeiro, UFRJ, who are no strangers to this competition themselves. And then we also have judges joining us for this match as well, additional judges. So we have Judge Bita. Please go ahead and introduce yourself to the Zoom call, and tell us a little bit about your reflection of PetroBowl so far, the virtual experience.
Hello everyone, and this is Bita. I am a software expert with Schellenberger, and I am located in Calgary, Canada. I am originally from Iran. So have fun. I wish luck for both teams.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bita, for that introduction. We also have Super Judge Victor, who was just before this one. He was on the previous Zoom call, or the second Zoom call, super judging the events there. It's good to see you, good to have you on. Please go ahead and introduce yourself to us.
Thank you, Mohammed. So hello, everyone. My name is Victor Torrealba. I'm originally from Venezuela, currently working as a reservoir engineer with Chevron in Houston. I'm very excited to be judging PetroBowl. I didn't judge in the previous slot, and I was watching both games kind of simultaneously. It was pretty exciting, so I even got some popcorn for breakfast. I mean, who can say no to that? Just really looking forward to this game and wish you all success.
Brilliant. Thank you, Victor. And you've actually got me hungry with that. I might actually go and hit some popcorn myself in the intermission time. All right, fantastic. And so we have UFRJ. I hope I haven't missed all the judges. So I think we have also Buddy. Do we have Buddy on the call? Yeah, I can see you now. Buddy, good to have you on. I know that you're a very familiar face with PetroBowl. I've seen you many a times, and I remember even having a conversation with you in Calgary where you've expressed how passionate you are for PetroBowl. So please go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Thank you, Mohammed. Yes, I'm Buddy Woodruff. I'm the technical manager for ProTechnics, which is a division of Core Laboratories in Houston. My specialty is completion diagnostics, and I guess I'm considered one of the founding fathers of the PetroBowl since I was there in year one when we put it together, and it's been so rewarding to see how it's progressed through the years and the great leadership we have now with so many people that are involved, and it's we were running it by the seat of our pants back in that day. So it's very much more professional now, and I'm excited and wish both teams the best of luck. Have fun. Win or lose, you've come a long way. You made the Sweet 16, so you should be very proud of your accomplishments right up until today. Hopefully you'll go further. So good luck, folks.
Sweet 16 indeed. Thank you, Buddy, for that very expressive introduction and an acknowledgement to yourself as well for the efforts and for making really making this competition possible for all of us and fostering this sense of enthusiasm around PetroBowl. So thanks for that introduction. We are now going to yield the floor to the captain of UFRJ, Matthias Gonzaga. I can see you on the call. It was good to speak to you even previous round on day one. You are joining us from Rio de Janeiro, I would presume, and
yes.
Where local time is 1 p.m. Correct me if I'm wrong. Please go ahead and
it's noon.
It's noon. Okay, yeah. So it's earlier than I thought it was. But anyways, go ahead and introduce yourself and your colleagues and tell us a little bit about your experience so far.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Matheus Gonzaga. I'm 23 years old, sorry. I'm losing track of time this year. But I'm 23 years old. I'm a petroleum engineering student from UFRJ, undergraduate, same as all my colleagues. And yeah, I'm the captain of the UFRJ team, been in the team for 2 years. And yeah, I can say that so far the experience in the virtual PetroBowl experience has been very good. It's been organized. I think it's evolved even since the regionals where we first experienced the software, right? So yeah, it's been very good. It gets us just as nervous as the real thing. You could say the in place. I don't know how you could say that, but the live show, you know. But yeah, I think that my colleagues would echo the same experience. You asked me to introduce them. So we have Adilson Vieira Jr. He's also an undergraduate petroleum engineering student with FRJ. He's from São Paulo. We have Jaime Nichols. He's also an undergraduate petroleum engineering student. He's from Mozambique. And we have Davi Almeida, who's as well undergraduate, and he's from Rio de Janeiro as well. I think that about covers it.
Marvelous. Thank you, Matthias, for that introduction and for telling us a little bit about yourself, UFRJ, your team members. It's fascinating. Usually when you have your age mixed up, you would give yourself a younger age than you should be, but you've given yourself a little bit of an older age and then corrected yourself. So fair play on that. Georgie, you're the captain of Heriot-Watt University. It's good to have you on and your colleagues. A little bit about yourself and also about your colleagues and the experience for Heriot-Watt so far at PetroBowl.
Hello, Mohammed. It's nice to see you again here doing PetroBowl, even though not playing this time. Thanks for organizers and for the judges for taking your time in this. Running much smoother this weekend, I think. Pretty nice. So we have myself and my team. I've played in PetroBowl for 3 years now. I'm doing a PhD in petroleum engineering. And I have Joel Sepetsi, Mo Zubia, and Mohammed Abdul Karim, who've just graduated from their masters in petroleum engineers. And Mohammed Zubia is actually also quite experienced in PetroBowl. Just a bit of trivia, we played Rio de Janeiro in Dallas in 2018 in quarterfinals, so it's nice to see you guys again. And good luck. May the best team win. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck and have fun as well.
Absolutely. We're all here to have fun, whether it's the players, organizers, judges, we're all here to enjoy it, and we're binded by our passion for PetroBowl. It's good that you've mentioned that we've had a bit of an, a conversation and get to know each other in the previous PetroBowl versions. Enjoy PetroBowl as much as you can while you can play it as students, because you do miss it when you become a professional. I can tell you that. So I think we're ready and good to go. Zudi, how are we doing with the software? I think we're okay for opening it up.
Yes, the game is open now. So it's ready for you.
So can we start?
Yes, please make sure you are on mute.
Okay.
Just
yeah,
please stay on mute. If you have any issues with the software concerns, use the Zoom chat functionality below and or WhatsApp groups, and you have a maximum of 2 appeals in the evaluation process. All the best, good luck, and may the game begin. All the best.
Okay, we have received all players' answers on system. I will close the game now.
Yeah, it seems as though all the players have typed done and
Yes.
conclude their match. Thank you for doing that. As we
Yes.
close the game now, for the players to be able to submit, upload their responses, we can open the game up for our super judge, Victor, who will walk us through the evaluation process. So as soon as Zudi confirms that, Victor, the
Yes.
floor will close.
Yes, it's already closed and
Excellent.
available to evaluation.
Fantastic.
Got it. Thank you, Saudia Mohammed. Let me just log in.
No problem. As soon as you log in and share the screen, the floor is yours, and take us away.
You just double check everybody's results are in, because that error at the end is really confusing all the time.
Good point, Georgie. Zudi, can we confirm that all the players have submitted their results?
Yes. Yes, probably it was, we have checked that sometimes we have a different response at the same time to the server, so it keeps on queue, but your answers are there. It's confirmed, yes.
Great, thank you. And just to confirm, Mohammed or Saudia, can you guys see my screen here with
Yes,
the
we do.
software?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so it would be G.
R2G, yeah.
Perfect. Let's begin.
Yeah.
Great. Let me actually increase the font size for everyone. Good. Name 2 of the 3 basic scenarios of Anderson 1905 to describe movement of a fault at different stress states. The 3 possibilities would be normal, strike slip, and reverse or thrust. We see that the UFRJ team provided normal fault and reverse fault, so those are acceptable. They got it fastest. We proceed. What is one of the major considerations for cuttings transport in highly deviated or horizontal wells? The answer provided here is stock pipe. And judges, if we have others in mind, we can also keep them into consideration. The UFRJ team shared high velocity to avoid sagging. This to me is unclear, so I will rely on the judges.
I'm not going to accept that. The high velocity, they don't say high velocity of what.
Right.
I'm not going to accept.
Appreciate that, Lee. Other judges would be okay with that, Vita or Amit?
Yes.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, that is the avoid sagging sounds logical, but then in addition to the velocity, the viscosities and other things can be considered. But I think overall, I would agree, like it's not really answering the question. So
appreciate that. Thank you, judges.
I don't know, but it was just one of the major. I thought it was okay. Yeah.
Would you like to appeal, Matthias, or is that just a remark? Okay. All right.
Yeah, so thank you, Mohammed. And just to clarify with the students, please, if you are unmuting yourself, make sure that you are processing a formal appeal. I think otherwise it can become a little bit cumbersome.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that. Okay, name the phenomenon that defines the changes in saturation with dependence on relative permeability and capillary pressure curves among drainage and imbibition conditions. The answer to that is hysteresis. Capillary effects, to me, doesn't really answer the question, so I see some agreement from Buddy as well. And then the Harriet-Watt team share hysteresis, so that is what we're looking for. Great job there. Make sure everything is confirmed, and we proceed. Okay, what can occur when water-based filtrates from drilling, completion, workover, or stimulation fluids enter the formation containing clay? The answer to that is clay swelling. Great job, both teams getting it right. We see the UFRJ team getting it fastest, so we give them the points. Which super major oil company announced in August 2020 that it will be pivoting from an international oil company, IOC, to an integrated energy company, IAEC, by the next decades? That is BP. Both teams got it. This is the fastest team, so great job. Name the modeling technique of reservoir heating by steam injection which addresses severity of override due to buoyancy forces when gaseous steam phase is injected into liquid-filled reservoir. The provided answer is bypass. UFRG is, I'm assuming, saying steam flooding here, which doesn't seem to be getting to the specifics that this question is looking for. So it's defining a steam flooding technique, and it's getting more specific into this particular case with a bypass. So I would actually be inclined to say no, but I'll let judges to share their thoughts.
Agreed.
Thank you. And then we see that Heriot Watt share an example of steam flooding, steam assisted gravity drainage. Not sure if the judges have a thought on this one. Let me just reread the question. Bita, please.
Yes, I think SACD is based on buoyancy forces, that steam is going to go up in the chamber. But something that I'm not sure is that it said name the modeling technique. So it's not a modeling technique, it is a recovery process.
I agree.
with Beta.
I agree with
It's
Beta.
not a modeling technique.
Yeah, so just to confirm, we accept steam assisted gravity drainage as an answer, or we say no?
No.
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 Okay, got it. So with that, we make sure we confirm these two and we proceed. Okay, question. From an operational point of view, the desired soaking time for an optimized cyclic steam stimulation process should be, and I'm not quite sure why this is a good answer, but as short as possible. This is, I mean, I see looks of disappointment from my fellow judges. Lee, I don't see your face. I only see a picture, but I'm sure you will share that. What advice would you guys have on this one? We have 8 hours from Heriot Watt. We have 48 hours from UFRJ.
I say we throw the question out. It's just way too indeterminate.
Okay,
yeah, I would just say both answers are wrong.
Right, or
correct.
Mohammed or Sadie, can I just skip it? Is that acceptable, or would you prefer me to click them both as no?
I don't believe we're able to skip the question if there is a response from either team. So you could either put no would be appropriate for both teams, and then we could progress. Yeah.
Right, and then I don't know if the final score, like the absolute number, matters at any point. Probably not, but if we want to keep an accurate tally of the points, maybe we want to add the negative points that will be assigned to each team.
Yeah. So that would in fact add -5 to Heriot Watt University. We will factor that in and add 5 points at the end of the evaluation.
Right, to both teams.
I mean, Zudi, can you correct me on this? But I think the -5 would only go to the fastest team, since we are assuming that. Is that the case, Zudi? Can you please confirm?
No, for both. Since first one is not correct, yes, he got -5, and then evaluating the other team, he will get -5 too. So since, yes.
Both teams
That's
will
better.
get 5 points, and we will just add 5 points to either team at the end.
Perfect.
We'll
It won't
double
make
check question 7 at the end.
Right. Just to make sure, I mean, this won't really impact the outcome, but just to make sure that the teams get a representative score at the end.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks.
Name the first
sorry. Victor, sorry, I don't think you confirmed the previous question.
Are you sure?
What was that?
Who made the comment? I didn't hear.
Sorry, I'm Mo from Harriet Watt.
Okay.
I just said I'm not sure you confirmed it, that's all.
Yeah, so if I go back and the answers reflect no, it means they were confirmed. So, but thank you for,
sorry about
that. If you see any other instance where you think I missed it, please let me know. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Name the first commercial perforating devices. Bullet guns. We see UFRJ getting that. Okay, bullet perforator parenthesis gun. Judges, I'm assuming that is fine.
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you. Great. What is the distance between the external surface of the gun assembly and the internal surface of the casing or liner called? That is gun clearance. We see UFRJ getting standoff, which might not be exactly what we're looking for unless they mean the same. If anybody has thoughts on whether this is equivalent, but just by reading the question, it seems that's not
I
what
would
we're
say
looking
no.
for. Good, thank you.
I think standoff is a little different term.
Well, thank you for that. So we confirm and we see that the Harriet Watt team got gun clearance. So that's what we're looking for, no debate. Okay. The 2020 SP Board of Directors consists of how many regional directors? The answer is 11. UFRJ got it. Great job there. Who is the 2022 SP president? The answer to that is Kamel Ben Nasser. UFRJ share Mrs. Masur. I'm assuming that they are referring to Nasser. Judges, do we take this answer?
I'm okay with a very slight spelling error like that.
Right. So I guess the spelling error is not a big deal. Just the partial last name, is that okay?
I have a comment. It said Mrs. Messer. Is he a Mr. Messer? I mean, I'm not sure if it is important, but like.
Is it a male or a female, is what you're saying?
Right.
Yes.
And I don't have the answer to this.
President is a male. It's Camel. And we have a raised hand from HWU Abdul Karim. So
okay. So we haven't addressed this one. So maybe if we wait until we finish kind of our deliberation.
If you imagine you are listening the answer, so if you listen this answer, will you take it as a yes or no? Because he's saying we are taking into consideration is a writing error, but probably you have to consider that. There are two actually, not only one, two. So one changes the sense of if it is a lady or a man.
I would say no on Mrs. and yes on the second answer personally.
Okay. I do appreciate the specificity being provided by the second team. So that is something to consider. So.
Okay.
Yes, remember, we don't have to check the opposite team answer until we make sure that the first one is not correct. So it's like you are not seeing this at this moment. We have to consider first, then, of course, Harriet Watt University provide the full answer, but for the first university was not correct because, it's, of course, spelling errors can be considered, but in this case, there are two spelling errors. Right. So just adding that for the judges for consideration.
Thank you, Sally. And maybe that is a point of improvement if we plan to continue using this software in the future, that we don't get to see the opposite team answer until we make the first decision, because we cannot unsee what is on this side. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you can bring an unconscious bias because you already check what the opposite team.
Right. Even if I try to ignore it, my peripheral version will always bring it in somehow. But yeah, thank you for that comment. We try to focus on what is in front of us. And just to reconfirm with the judges, we are okay with setting this as a no?
I am okay with that.
Yes,
okay
I agree with that.
Okay, can I appeal now?
You are welcome to appeal.
Well, well, I don't think it's right to give it a wrong because we didn't use the correct, the system of Mr. and Mrs. I think that's not really a thing that is critical to the question. Well, I know it's, Mrs. is a woman, Mr. is a man, but that's something that's maybe not very natural to people who are not from the United States or English-speaking countries. So I think if you're okay with the typo on the name, I think the Mrs. shouldn't be an issue.
Well, I would let other judges share their thoughts, but maybe as a suggestion in the future, since what you're sharing is valid, that maybe the Mr. or the Mrs. is not relevant, and you are not 100% sure, then it would be a good advice to not use it in the future. So if you are just thinking Masur or Nasser, you say that, because then you're giving us more points to think about, given that it's not necessarily a complete answer. Like if you give us Mrs. Kamel Ben Nasur, then we would definitely drop the Mrs. We wouldn't really be thinking about this. Now we're getting a partial answer with a slight typo. And then this additional point of confusion that makes us, I guess, as judges, debate more on whether this is okay or not. So, I appreciate your appeal. I would just say, just next time, just keep it to the facts. And if you think it's not relevant, then don't include it.
I agree 100% with Victor.
Yes, I agree. I agree that it's not like that important that it's Mr. or Mrs. and it's not clear to everyone. But my point is that when you're writing these, it seems to me that you don't know who that person really is.
I agree.
So this is my only point. I totally agree that it's not important, like if a person considered to be male or female. But this is my only point, is that if you know exactly who that person is.
Judge, please, I would like that you consider that type the full name of Kamel Ben Nasser is a very time-expensive activity during the game. So to go fast and can reach more questions is a strategy of the game to type the minimum letters as possible and try to get the last questions of the game. Because of this, I typed Maser, only one name, and because I'm not a native speaker of English, I confused during the game the Miss or Misters.
Right.
If you wanted to type the minimum letters, you shouldn't have put Miss in there. I think we need to move on.
Right. Yeah. I think we have to take it as the appeal is not being granted, and then if you want to make another appeal, then you have the risk of getting your two appeals being dissipated. And just in the interest of time, we see that the Harriet Watt team shared the answer as is listed, so we give them the points. What is called the second highest honor or award a student chapter can receive? That is the Excellence Award, and we see that from the Harriet Watt team. We proceed. What is the communication tunnel created from the casing or liner into the reservoir formation through which oil or gas is produced? That is a perforation. We see it from the UFRJ team. How is called a narrow excavation where the depth is greater than the width? That is a trench. We see it from the UFRJ team. Good job there. How is it called the procedure that provides concise guidelines for evacuation in case of some emergency and to identify the emergencies in advance? And that is an emergency evacuation plan. We see here UFRJ is sharing evacuation training, which is not quite the plan. I'm tempted to say no, but I would like to hear from the judges.
I say no, it's not a plan. It's training, and it clearly asks for the procedure. Training isn't a procedure.
Correct. I appreciate
I would support that, Super Judge, as well. Like it's a no because it's asking about the concise guidelines also. So training is not a guidelines. So
agreed.
Correct.
I agreed with Ahmed.
I think we have a good agreement on that one. And then just for completeness, the Harriet Watt is sharing emergency plan without the evacuation?
That's too vague.
Thoughts, judges?
Same here. I mean,
I think that's
we
too
can
vague.
have many emergency plans, but
Exactly.
I'm not sure all of them is for evacuation or not.
Right, and I guess that is the key word that we're looking for here, evacuation. So maybe, yeah, we think we're in agreement.
So just I just wanted to think about it, like, since the word is already there in terms of like concise guidelines for evacuation, I do understand, like, yeah, the emergency evacuation plan would have made it a better answer, but I'm just trying to make sure like I read the question correctly, and I will also request like just give it one more chance to read the question ourselves first to make sure will that meet the requirement or not. So.
Thank you, Amit. So just let's read it. How is called the procedure that provides concise guidelines for evacuation in case of some emergency and to identify the emergencies in advance? So, not sure if that changes your appreciation. I think from most of the judges, the agreement was no. Any final?
Can I then appeal that?
Yes, you
because
can.
the question has two parts. It has the procedure that provides guide for evacuation in some emergency and identify emergencies. Second part doesn't specify emergencies that affect evacuation, so it's any emergency plan technically is the correct answer in the situation.
But I think they're tied together. I think the emergency and the evacuation parts of the question are tied together.
Good.
Well,
I agree with Buddy.
I agree, because if you want to look at that, okay, emergency is in the question and then evacuation is in the question. So just by saying plan should be enough if you look at it that way, because both emergency and evacuation are in the title or in the question. So
Right, good points. But thank you for the appeal though. We will not consider it.
And sorry, I see that there is a raise a hand for Mo.
Do you have a question or an additional appeal, Mo, or is that from a previous point? No answer.
I think it's from a previous point. Mohammed, put your hand down, mate.
I can lower his hand if he's can help me with that. All right,
That's
no
fine.
worries.
Great. Okay, how do we call a test carried for leak test for pipes, equipments, etc. by filling water in this equipment and pipes with some pressure and its joints and connections are checked for any leak or breakage? The answer provided is the hydro test. This is a shame. So we have the Harriet Watt with a empty answer, which we have to give us a no. And then with the UFRJ, we actually get the hydro test. So there is no debate. How do we call a valve that allows flow in one direction only? That is a check valve. Both teams got it. The UFRJ got it fastest. Good job. Okay, name the main components of a downhole progressive cavity pump. We see here the rotor and the stator being as the key ones. UFRJ's sharing pump and valves, which to me it's not really getting into what is the component of the pump. I'm saying pump is kind of cyclical, so I would actually go with no here.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yep, thank you. And then we see the Harriet Watt teams sharing rotors, stator, tubing, motor, I guess. At least we see rotor and stator, so this seems to be acceptable.
Agreed.
Thank you. All right. Which is the name of the first FPSO placed permanently in the North Sea in 1993? The answer is the Gryphon. The UFRJ is sharing Castellan. Unless any of the judges think these two mean the same, I would take it as a no and confirm. All right. What tool was designed to drill directionally with continuous rotation from the surface, eliminating the need to slide a steerable motor? And the answer to that is rotary steerable system. We see that the UFRJ team is sharing with us RSS, which is the acronym for exactly the answer. Judges, do you want to take this?
Absolutely. We always call it, we just say an RSS.
I think that is an accepted acronym there, yeah.
I
appreciate that, What is a small rope attached to a load being lifted by a crane that allows a person on the ground to help guide or place the load? Here it says tagline. UFRJ is sharing CAD line. Do we have any insights from our judges if these two are
That is
equivalent?
incorrect.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Lee.
Yep, I agree.
Moving on. In the context of oil production, what does EOR stand for? Enhanced oil recovery. So I guess this was a battle of the keyboards. UFRJ got it. So good job there. Which valves can be used in corrosive or dirty service and with variable back pressure? The answer provided is the balance spring loaded. And then Harriet was sharing the, I'm assuming, diaphragm valve. Are these equivalent? Judges, thoughts, comments? It's unclear to me if these two mean the same.
I really don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't think that's a correct answer. I don't think you can, I don't think that's correct.
Good, appreciate that. We confirm it.
Sorry, diaphragm valve is used for the chemical, any pipeline that handling chemicals.
Mohammed, is that an appeal from your side?
Yes, an appeal.
Okay. Can we look up the definition of diaphragm valve? Can we have some of the judges do that, or Felipe help us with that? And we can sort of skip over this question now. We take on board your appeal.
Right.
And get back to it at the end, if that's okay, Victor.
Correct. Right now, it's going to continue to appear as no, but just remember that is question 24. We can come back to it.
Sounds good.
Question: in which year the PetroBowl competition was founded? The answer to that is 2002, and both teams got it. Harriet was fast, so they get the points. How do we call the instrument used to measure the radiation dose? And that is the Geiger meter or radiation survey meter. And we see UFRJ getting it right. So great back and forth over there. We see no answers here. Okay. What is the ratio of the volume actually occupied by a gas at a given pressure and the temperature at a given pressure and temperature to the volume it would occupy if it behaved ideally? The answer to that is C factor. Gas formation volume factor is not a thing we would use in thermodynamics. So Harriet Watt has the correct one. So that is clear there. Comments? Vita, I see you.
No,
Okay.
no, that's fine. No.
Got it. So just to double check, everything is confirmed. Okay. What is the oldest thermal recovery method? And that is in situ combustion. And we got that from UFRJ. Great job. In well testing, a pressure buildup curve or diagnostic plot can be divided into 3 regions. Name one of these 3 regions. And we see early time, middle time, and late time regions. And I kind of commend the teams for providing 3 times the number of correct answers. And actually both teams did it. So good job there. What is the name of the physical property of a material? Wait. Okay. What is the name of the physical property of a material's ability to conduct electric current? Bit of a confusing question to read. That is electrical conductivity. We're getting conductivity from UFRG. I think that's judges. Do we think this is specific enough? I mean,
I would say yes.
Okay. Then let's continue. I think this could have gone multiple ways, right? Because somebody could argue thermal conductivity for something else that involves temperature or heat. But okay, let's continue. Moving on. What is the most commonly used deviation tool? And the answer that we get here is the bent housing mud motor. UFRJ is sharing whipstock. To me, these two seem unrelated. I don't see support.
Whipstock is not really a tool.
Okay, okay, good. Amit or Lee, any comments or thoughts here?
Yeah, we only use whip stocks. I mean, we can use them for deviation, but we only use them in emergencies. We use bent housing mud motors most frequently.
Perfect.
It's wrong.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Well, the inverse of formation volume factor of oil is known as shrinkage, in parentheses factor. So UFRJ got shrinkage factor, and we will take this. Name one advantage of using explicit approximation formulation. Each equation has one unknown at the new time level n+1. So this is really, like, you really need to know what they're talking about to be able to answer this. I personally would be tempted to give the Herriot-Watt team as a correct answer. Any thoughts from the from the judges?
Yes, I agree with that, because like having one unknown is going to reach to the fact that our equation is going to be solved much faster. So I would say
definitely. Yes. Right.
I agree.
Yeah. Yep. And I would actually say that, I mean, just the fact that they knew what the question is talking about is impressive. So
yeah, Victor, I actually was involved in the submission of that question. So it was one of the answers, correct answers, if we use computational requirements. So
perfect. And just one comment here could be a more specific question. Thank you. Okay, in casings, what is the design factor or safety factor for tension? The provided range here is 1.6 to 1.8. We see that the Herriot-Watt team is sharing 1.2, so definitely outside the range. We will not consider it. What is a compound? Typically a metallic salt mixed with a base gel fluid, such as water gel system, to create a viscous gel used in some stimulation or pipeline cleaning treatments. And the answer to that is cross-linking polymer. And then the UFRJ team is sharing cross-linker, which to me,
their answer is better than our answer, frankly.
I agree.
I would completely agree with that, buddy, that I'm heavily impressed by that they know the word cross-linker.
Right.
So, good job.
I actually went through all these questions yesterday and changed this specific answer among a bunch of others. And for some reason, the changes didn't get implemented.
Yeah.
Yes, we set a timeline for reviewing questions. So it was until Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a shame.
No
anyways.
So Victor, just please do not put the cross-linking polymer, just keep the cross-linker.
Okay.
Cross-linking is not a polymer itself.
That's not the compound, yeah.
Got it. Thank you for pointing that out. crosslinker? Would you keep it as one word or separate?
Crosslinker is one word, yeah.
Thanks for that. This can code perforations, casing, production tubulars, valves, pumps, and downhole completion equipment, such as safety equipment and gas lift mandrels. Name this or this common flow assurance problem. They are talking about scales, asphaltenes, carbonates, though hydrates are also a common compound that we care about in flow insurance.
Hydrates would work for possibly tubulars, but it would work for valves and completion equipment, but it doesn't really work for perfs.
Okay.
And pumps, really. I mean, hydrates are more of a problem through valves.
And I would agree with Lee's point. Like hydrates are more, yeah, it's not that common in the cross perforations or downhole like so.
Environment. Got it.
I think they're looking for near wellbore types of
Got
blockage.
it. I think that settles it, and hydrates would not be acceptable for this. Thank you, judges.
I'd like to appeal. Judge, please, in these in these mentioned scenarios, we must to consider that it may have a common phenomenon to occur, and in what scales asphaltenes and carbonates never would precipitate on a gas lift mandrel. Never, because we don't have, in some cases, we don't have asphaltenes in scales in gas lift mandrels. So we have gas. And because of this, hydrates can, I think it can precipitate in this scenario.
So thank you, student, for the appeal. I want to just confirm, I think the judges were pretty confident, but in light of the student appeal, do we consider reversing our action or we keep it as is?
I stand by my answer that it's incorrect.
Good.
Yeah. So it's a very good appeal, and I understand, like, hey, when somebody when a student is reading the problem, they are trying to read in between a lot of words there. So I understand that point, but I would still stay with like, yeah, hydrates is a problem, but not in the given background of the problem that it's or the question that's mentioned. So I would stay with hydrates being no. So
Right. And I guess the focus of the question again is bringing us closer to that downhole environment where hydrates may not be as important. But thank you for the appeal.
Pressure and temperature changes.
Good. But
Correct.
we never have
I don't know, like, so
okay.
how do we work? I mean, if there is an appeal and we don't consider it, do the students have the option to continue to kind of deliberate, or it's done?
I think we voted on the appeal.
Yeah, so thank you for the appeal. We really appreciate it, but I think the decision has been made.
Victor, both teams have exercised their 2 appeals, just to bring to your attention. And Harriet Watt has 1 appeal on hold for question 24. So
Yes.
From now on, no more appeals.
Good, thank you, Mohammed. For gas hydrates, what is the main hydrocarbon molecule trapped inside the ice molecule? That is a methane molecule, and the UFRJ team got it right. We don't see answers. I mean, oh, wow, they go to the 40th. In the context...
excuse me.
So Victor, can we go back to the previous question? I think
it
should be marked no and confirm. So
perfect, appreciate that. Thank you for catching that. Name the process of substituting a heterogeneous property region consisting of fine grid cells with an equivalent homogeneous region made up of a single coarse grid cell with an effective property value. That is subscaling. This is what I kind of spend 50% of my time doing. So I really like this question. Sadly, we didn't get an answer. This blank answer would count as a no. In the context of projects, facilities, and construction, what does the acronym FEET stand for? that is front-end engineering and design. And we see that this is reflected in the answer, so we will take it as yes. Since we went through all the 40 questions, do we have any updates on that question 24 that we were in the process of reviewing?
Can you go back and reread the question, please?
Yes.
And I would also request, like, if we have any background of like the source of the question and the context,
yes,
it can be shared with the judges.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my problem, I think the proper choice is a balanced spring-loaded valve instead of a diaphragm valve.
Okay.
I think that's what you would choose to use in this situation. But I would like to hear from some of the other judges.
I'm sharing with you the source for the question so you can check.
In the PetroWiki?
Yes.
To me, it's got to be more than just a diaphragm.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we stand by the assessment of having this as a no?
I do.
I do.
Good. Great. So thank you, judges, and thank you again, Herilwat, for the appeal on this question. Since we're here, let's make sure that everything has been confirmed. No gaps. Okay, so just as a last check, we are okay with closing the window now?
Yes, we are. And just as a reminder, we are due to add +5 points to both teams on top of the final score that we have because of one question that was skipped. So
Yes.
yeah, go ahead, Victor.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
And what we see here is that the UFRJ team got 125, I guess, with that correction, versus 60 points for the Herilwat. Congratulations to both teams. I think you guys did an excellent job, very knowledgeable on a lot of topics. I'll pass it over to Mohammed and Saudi for final comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Yeah, Zudi, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to remark that we will have this score as it is on the software state, but if we are going to check with the -5 that we are considering, we will, publish the final results. Even though on the video screen you will see the current as it is. Okay, so just please take into consideration we cannot change a score from the software itself, so it can be done in clarification further.
Indeed, and we do have committee members from the planning team and as well as the questions team to go back and review some of the contested decisions or questions in the live streams and replayed videos and correct the scores. And then on the final repository of information that we have for the results, we will make sure that the accurate results are reflected. So 125 for UFRJ, 60 points for Herilwat University. Congratulations to UFRJ, who are tonight's winners. But also, I don't want to caveat that and say there's commiserations. Absolutely not. Well done to both teams for a brilliant job, and it was honestly, it was really impressive, some of the responses from both teams on questions that were very challenging and very technically complex. So congratulations, and to Matthias, if you would like to join James and Cesar after obviously giving your remarks for this call and discuss with them your experience at PetroBowl. But congratulations to you and your colleagues.
Thanks. Sorry, buddy.
Teams. Some of the questions were settled just by who buzzed in the quickest. We had a lot of correct answers. So both teams should feel very, very, very happy about the results, even though they may not have been quite as quick on the trigger.
And also, Buddy, we would love to see your modifications on the questions. So we will just make sure we are giving the timelines to the judges to receive and to upload the questions once they are all corrected. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
sounds
Judy,
good,
I couldn't get to it in time. There was only one day. I think I got them on Monday night or something like that. I just couldn't get them fast enough. So, yeah, I apologize, but there were a lot of errors in this round.
Good points made by Zudi and also the judges. Thank you for that. And it's a game of fine margins at the end of the day. So, Matthias, what's your reflection and what's your thoughts? And congratulations to you and your team.
Yeah, first of all, thanks Harriet Watt for the very tight game. I was very nervous. At one point, I think you were even ahead of us. So I was biting my nails here, but yeah, well played. I'm just now winding down.
You look very relieved there at the end.
Yeah. So thanks a lot. It was a great game, and thanks to my colleagues who also played very well. And yeah, let's move on to the next one. And thanks a lot.
I must admit it was a little bit fun actually watching you guys like bite your nails like in front of like it was so I was just like scanning through the screens and I was seeing like a few of you guys like biting your nails through it. It is as advertised, very, very close. Georgie, any final thoughts and remarks for a very good campaign by HWU this year?
Yeah, thank you, Rio de Janeiro. It was an amazing game. It's the second time you don't fail to produce an amazing, exciting experience. I only wish it was in person. That's the only thing that would make it better. And again, thank you, Mohammed. Thanks you, judges, organizers. It was a great experience, and we hope we'll see you next year in Dubai in person. This time.
It's going to be this year, since we are currently,
It's not.
We're in 2020 championship, but we will have 2021 on the same year, hopefully.
Yeah,
Georgie,
so
are you
essentially you guys have to start studying right now.
Yes.
Georgie, are you a Highlander or a Lowlander?
Am I what?
Are you a Highlander or a Lowlander?
I'm an Edinburgh Lowlander, I'm afraid. But I'm Russian myself, so it's very different.
Oh,
interesting reference over there. So yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the virtual environment is unique and it allows all teams to be able to participate. That is not something that you would able to get with physical competitions, but of course the physical form of this event is also something that offers a different experience that's I would very much like for all of you to be able to experience hopefully at some point. So whether that be in Dubai or maybe a little bit further down the road, but it'd be great to, as soon as we can, have this be physical again. Thank you all for joining us and being part
Thank
of
you, Mohammed, for being the moderator for this group. You have done a great job. So we are all glad to have you as a host for these games today.
Well done, Mohammed.
Yeah,
Good job,
good job, everyone.
Moderators and administrators. You guys did a great job keeping things on track.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely commendable jobs by everyone. And also, I would like to thank Victor. He really managed the judging part very effectively. Thanks a lot, Victor.
Definitely.
Yes.
Thank you so much to all the judges and the team. I mean, I think they all did a fantastic job. Otherwise, it wouldn't be complete.
And also we have UN, who is helping us with, having all teams and all activities organized for today's session. So we really appreciate UN. Everything goes very well today. So let's move to the championship round next week.
We all look forward to it. Just to give you updates, the University of UO from the other Zoom call has qualified. Oklahoma University and University of West Indies. So they will be playing against the 4 winners of this call itself, who are UTP, LUZ, KFUPM, and UFRJ, which rounded us off of today's matches. And so UFRJ are still waiting to find out the results of UNAM and EDP. And then the winner from that match, obviously.
Yeah, it won. UNAM was the winner.
All right, so
yeah, that's a classic.
Between UFRJ and UNAM. Best of luck to both teams. That's going to be an exciting one. That's a nail biter for sure, as well as this one. Thank you all for joining us, and wherever corner of the world you are. And we look forward to seeing the winning teams next week. And to all of you guys, all the best in your endeavors. Take good care.
Enjoy the weekend.
Yes. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Have a good one, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stay safe, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye bye.